Ya me voy a vestir eso, ¿sabes?
Hi everyone. So we are now just waiting a little bit for our roll call as we agreed. In the meantime, I hope you had a nice week and that you're ready for our 3 days of sessions with the plenaries. Well, 2 days of plenaries and 1 day of debates. That's almost the same thing. And Blanca, can you do a random vote right now on Nimo just to see if everyone is able to vote and use it?
Yes, let's go for it. And hello everyone. Good morning, good night, good whatever. Okay, so you have the informal vote opened now. So you can start trying whether you have any problem or not. Let's see how it goes. Let us know whether you have any problem, okay? So we will try to solve it before starting the plenary. Well, before moving on to the motions. Yeah, Argentina, we are having an informal vote. Also, a kind reminder for everyone, we're having an informal vote that you will find in NEMA vote so that we can try whether you have or whether you are able to vote or not, okay? So that we can prevent future problems while we are working and while we are voting. I think there is a hand raise. Gamsa Gambia.
Yes, can I go?
Yeah, do you have any problem with NEMA vote or?
Yeah, I just asked the question from the chat with regards to whether it's open for all the animals with vote, right? But you said yeah. But I think informal vote is open for both candidate members, associate members, and also full vote. Right? I don't know why is been given to all the animals with voter rights for this time.
I don't know if I understood well the question. Can you type it down in the chat?
Yeah, what I was saying is informal vote is open for both candidate members and also associate members and full members next time. So I don't know why this time is open for only members with voter rights.
Okay, so yes, when we do some informal votes, we do that. But in this case, we're just testing the functionality of Nemo vote and just trying to avoid technical break in another 10 minutes when people cannot vote. So we're having them test it out during the roll call period as well, while we are simply waiting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Norway, what issues do you have? Like you can see the vote or what's going on?
They need a new password.
Is it fine if I resend the credentials so that they can double check with that?
Yes, I think
I just resend the credentials, Norway. So if you have further issues, just let us know and we will create a new one, a new password.
also please make sure that you're using the right link to the NemoVote server, because you might be using an old one, you might be using someone that is not for this GA, because it's always the same, let's say the same link kind of, but make sure to use the one that was sent by the Plenary team, or else you will not be able to log in with the credentials that you have right now.
We still have quite a lot of animals who have not voted. So yeah, let us know whether you have any problem.
Okay, everyone also go Nemo vote as well, as we're gonna do roll call in a few minutes.
¿Qué pasa?
Okay, we should be almost set. Were you able to solve the issues with Norway?
I think they are trying out. Let me check if they have voted. Yeah, they have. So the problem should be solved.
Okay, can you all open email vote for the roll call? And Omar, hope you're ready to record it.
Yes, I'm recording it now.
Okay. Okay, let us know when you are done. Can proceed.
Just if you
Okay, in the meantime, we have 101 animals with voting rights that are in the voting list, so based on the updated CCC list of voting rights. All of them have been added.
okay,
And
the roll call has been taken, so start whenever you're ready.
Perfect. In Blanca's informal vote, we had 74 out of 101. So hopefully that number increases, or otherwise, if you had some technical issues, now's the time to say it. But hopefully nothing happened. Okay, so can you show the slides?
Yes, on.
I will close the informal vote now, okay? And if you have further issues, just let us know.
Does everybody see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so before we go on to with everything, first some announcements regarding my previous email about plenary procedures, just to sum it up. Can you click on the slide? Number 3. Okay, so first up, we're gonna have breaks every hour for like 5 or 10 minutes, rotating. So first one's gonna be 5 minutes, then afterwards 10 and so on. The exception is the second break at 14 GMT, which is gonna be for 20 minutes for health reasons. So, you know, get some food, get some water, etc. Refresh yourselves and come back. Like I recommend healthy snacks in the meantime. Then all speakers for tomorrow, meaning all presentations, they have to be on their NMOCS. Observers are submitted by the executive board. We're going to have some faster voting, so you're going to have 2 minutes max to vote. This was explained in depth in the email. If you want to contact me, please use the PT chairperson text here account, as I am using my phone for the video and sound, and I'm using the computer for chat and everything else. So if you want to contact me directly over Zoom, this is the account that you need to use. Check your name as well, as it was changed, especially those that received voting rights. You have it in the list as I'm gonna share it again in the chat. So if your name is like highlighted in teal, you need to change your name, as now it includes correct information about your voting rights, and this is very important. If someone does not have a CF and they didn't submit a CF, they will be, well, unfortunately removed from the plenary based on a BIOS paragraph. I don't recall exactly which one again. I think it was 3.67, something like that. And at the end, I will announce that the plenary ended. And like we can stay and have more announcements and so on, but at that point there will be no more procedurals. As last time there was a bit of a confusion. Thankfully, proposers decided to have the procedural motion addressed later on. Okay, now we can move on. There was something in chat. Okay, never mind. So the agenda for today is changes to the constitution and bylaws, adoption of the grammatic renumbering changes report, presentation of programs applying for IFMC recognition, and adoption and changes to the IFMC policies. In the meantime, we had some procedural motions regarding membership applications mainly. And do you want to have all of them addressed? We're going to have all of them addressed at the same time. Now, the question is whether or not we do that before or after the Constitution and bylaws. For now, everyone that submitted it said that they want to have it after, I think. The agenda point, Constitution and changes to the bylaws. Changes to Constitution and bylaws. All proposers are fine with that? Or do you want to have it right now? Just to confirm. Okay, I think that, yeah, that's fine. So we're going to have all of those after. So first, we're going to move on with Constitution, changes to Constitution and bylaws. Right. So we're gonna go. EB, is it fine we do this procedural motion when we're supposed to address this BCP?
IFMCP, yes, it was requested in the form, but I will withdraw this one and do another one as per CCC recommendation, so we can move on.
Oh, there was some CCC recommendation. Okay. In that case, we proceed. So first is motion 34 to adopt bylaw change proposal number 2 and bylaws paragraph 3.2. This is to take effect immediately. So in case a motion says to take, motion doesn't need to specify when it will need to take effect for the PCPs. And in that case, they take effect after the GA ends, which would be 14th, 15th of March. But in this case, as it says to take effect immediately, it will do just that. I hope that is clear. Okay, this is proposed by the IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMCVP, would you not want to explain?
Okay, do we have a seconder? When you second and I call your name, please also open voice and state your NMO and that you are accepting the second. So we go with IFMSA Japan.
IFMSA Japan, we would be a seconder.
Okay, thank you. Just like that. Do we have any amendments? I was expecting some. So.
Oh, for the 3.2? Yes, sorry, IFMCVP. We sent you. Yes, we sent you amendments regarding this one.
Okay, just gonna.
Was it added to the sheet?
No, it's not in that sheet. Roxanne, can you copy all amendments in chat and then? Oh, right. They are
in
highlighted.
the chat or?
There. I'm gonna, Omar, here's the list. So whenever they have an amendment, it's gonna be there already. I sent it to your Telegram. So because it's already highlighted and it shows what is being changed, it's better. Or you don't have access to it. Wait, I'm just gonna add the amendment.
I do have access.
Okay. So like, to speed up the process for now. So this is the first one for 3.2. IFMCVP, is this correct?
IFMCVP, yes, it is correct. It is the right amendment.
Okay, now do you accept your amendment?
IFMCVP, we accept the amendment.
Okay. Yeah. Does the seconder accept the amendment?
Yes, IFMSA Japan, we accept the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further amendments? No. In that case, the previous amendment was already incorporated. I forgot to say that. And we proceed with, is there a direct negative for this motion? I do not see any hands raised. I'm gonna wait a little bit. So there is no technical issues with that. And this motion passes nemo contra, and this change takes effect immediately. Moving on with motion 35 to adopt our change proposal number 1. CCC has a point of information, I guess.
Yes, this is Eski from CCC. With the adoption of the BCP from before, the BCPs regarding bylaws paragraph 3.1, 3.7, and 3.8 get valid now.
Thank you, CCC. So this motion now becomes valid as well. So the motion 35 to adopt bylaw change proposal number 1 regarding bylaws paragraph 1. Just as a point of information for everyone, in the minutes, they will be stated clearly what were all the BCPs, so that someone, when they check the minutes, they can see what you were voting on. But right now, we're relying that you have everything checked to different documents that we were using. So this is proposed by the IFMC TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMC TO, we do not want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder? The IFMC Netherlands.
IFMC the Netherlands would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to this motion?
IFMC VP, we sent amendment on the behalf of the executive board.
Okay, Omar, can you copy? Okay, so the amendment is at the end, there is after consultation with NMOs. Yeah, as you can see in green. IFMC VP, is this correct?
IFMC VP, yes, this is correct.
Okay, do you accept your amendment?
IFMC VP, on the behalf of the TO, yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment?
Yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, thank you. The amendment is incorporated. Are there any further amendments? Okay, so I'm gonna reply to that association after this. Okay, since there are no further amendments, we're gonna proceed with direct negative. Is there any direct negative for this motion? Okay, I see none. In that case, this motion passes nemo contra. Thank you, IFMC Egypt, for sharing the document. And yes, everything should be stated there as well in that one. So you can follow the motion text. So we're moving on with the next motion to adopt bylaw change proposal number 3, bylaws paragraph 3.7, proposed by IFMC TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMC VP, on the behalf of the TO, we do not want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? Medicine Sudan.
Medicine Sudan would like to second this motion.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any amendments for this motion? IFMC VP.
IFMC VP Roxanne, we sent amendment to the plenary team.
Okay,
and,
Omar, can you broadcast it?
And this amendment is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you accept the amendment?
IFMC VP, on the behalf of the TO, yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment?
Yes, we accept the amendment.
Thank you. Do we have any further amendments? And the amendment, the previous amendment is incorporated. I see no other amendments. Do we have a direct negative? There are no direct negatives, and this motion passes nemo contra. And we're moving on to motion 37 to adopt bylaw change proposal number 4, bylaws paragraph 3.8, proposed by the IFMC TO. Would you like to explain?
IFM CVP on behalf of the T, we don't want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? I'm CC Denmark.
Yes, IGC Denmark, we would like to second this motion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any amendments for this? IFM CVP.
IFM CVP on behalf of the Executive Board, we sent an amendment to the plenary team.
Okay, is this the amendment?
Yes, it is a right amendment.
Okay, do you accept the amendment?
IFM CVP on behalf of the TO, we accept the amendment.
Thank you. Does the seconder accept the amendment?
MCC Denmark, yes, we accept the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is therefore incorporated. Do we have any further amendments? Okay, AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy, thank you very much. We would like to amend it. Sorry, I've literally just seen this to and or represent their NMO during the General Assembly meetings that are by electronic means. Otherwise, it would mean that they can only either pay their debts or represent their NMO, in my understanding.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a minute, IFM Theo, to process this amendment and inform us whether or not you accept it.
AMSA Austria, is this the amendment that you submitted?
AMSA Austria, Lucy. Yes.
Okay, IFM Theo. Here we have the time.
IFM CVP on behalf of the TO will accept the amendment.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment?
MCC Denmark, yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, therefore the amendment is incorporated. Just a second. Do we have any further amendments? And just a second. As I'm being informed, there is a point of information, but I need to confirm that before we proceed. Previous item. Okay, CCC.
Can we have a moment just to discuss this amendment before moving forward?
Okay, they would like to inform you on the meaning of the previous amendment by AMSA Austria that changes from or to and or. So I'm gonna give them a moment. In the meantime, you can also further think about the amendment. But yeah. Is everyone, in the meantime, just like a random question, is everyone able to follow what's going on? I'm not going too fast or too slow. Well, probably too slow, but as long as everything is clear, should be fine. CCC. Suppose they need another minute. Everyone on YouTube, currently we are waiting for the CCC to give us a point of information about the amendment that was just incorporated in the BCP. And hello. Should probably have that open as well, I guess. Okay, well, I guess we still need for CC to decide on this. Technically, I cannot give you a break as we are in the middle of the motion process.
This is from CCC. Can we have 30 more seconds?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I definitely need to find that copyright-free music so I can play in these breaks. Get some links. And CCC. Can you at least explain to everyone so they can also think about it, like one of you, what you are currently discussing? Okay, CCC.
Okay, so this is Eski from CCC. We were discussing whether or not this is changing the meaning of the BCP. So we came to the conclusion that it does change the meaning of the BCP, and therefore we think that this is not valid as an amendment, but has to be an alternative motion.
Okay. Can you explain the two meanings then that you discussed?
Can you do that? Yeah, okay. So the meaning that it does is according to what we understood from and or, with the current version of the paragraph, or the current amended version of the paragraph that's submitted by the TU before AMSA Austria amendment, it's giving the NMOs one of the two options, either attending with 8 members to a physical GA or attending electronic means. But if we added and, which means we are giving them both options, they can attend 2 consecutive GAs, one online and one physical with 8 members. That's what we got from adding and in this. So that's why we feel that it's changing the whole meaning.
Okay. And in this situation, this is an alternative motion. So we just backtrack the amendment, call it invalid, and the amendment is not incorporated. And the previous process is annulled in that case. And AMSA Austria, if you would like to have this proposed, you need to propose an alternative motion. Did you understand the reason behind this from the CCC?
AMSA Austria, Lucy speaking. Thank you very much. No, we did not, because the CCC is saying that this is changing the meaning of the motion to say that they can do it for consecutive general assemblies, and we don't understand how that's the case when it only actually changes the relationship between paying the debts and representing their NMO.
CCC. I suppose you don't have the reply yet. So to everyone, to remind you, Ballast paragraph 3.7, while they're thinking about all this, speaks about NMOs that have debts. They cannot attend the upcoming GA. And there are possible exceptions to that paragraph, including 3.8. And then this further clarifies what those NMOs that are the exception to BIOS paragraph 3.7, that currently, before this whole motion is put in place, they can have 8 members attending the next GA in order to pay for the previous steps towards the hosting NMO. That is what is currently there. Omar, you're not allowed to play any copyrighted content. Sorry.
We were trying to play some music, but it only showed ads.
Well, if you were about to play music, then the whole video could be down. So let's not try that. Maybe we can have the support team get us some music again. I'm sorry, but was not able to sort it out yet. Take it as a priority for tomorrow, in between presentations if there is downtime. Trying to find some right now. I had previously. Okay. Thank you. CCC, do you have the answer? In the meantime, while we wait, please play your own music. The copyrighted one that you like. That's on YouTube and everywhere else. But we cannot play right now. CCC, since they agree that they can submit an alternative motion, would that be fine? Well, I suppose everyone would like to know what is the difference between the two before you vote, what they are mentioning. CCC?
Okay, so basically, according to our understanding, how we understood this is going to happen. So with this paragraph, let's imagine that there's one element NMO that has debt. With the current version of the proposal, they can attend an electronic means GA, but they cannot attend a physical one that's going to happen and send 8 delegates because it's either this or this. But with AMSA's proposal and or an electronic one, and later on they can also send 8 delegates to a physical GA to pay. So NMOs have to decide whether they want to give them one option, which is or both options. Does that make sense? So with this, it can be whether it's 2 options, whether 1 option.
Okay, is it clear for everyone what does CCC
Guys,
said?
did you even hear me speak?
Here you're breaking up a little bit for me. I don't know if it's the same for everyone else. FMC Poland?
Yes, hi, FMC Poland. To be honest, I don't understand this explanation. So could we maybe elaborate more, because I'm not sure what the explanation was about. Thank you. And it was also breaking down a bit, so maybe that's why. Thanks.
Okay, Haider, can you repeat?
This is Eski from CCC. Haider has connection issues and he will rejoin from his phone, which will take like a minute for him to rejoin.
Okay.
He's now here, I think. So.
Okay, perfect. So I'm explaining again. Well, at least I will try to explain again.
You're clear
so basically, according to our understanding with this current version of the paragraph is that, let's have an example that an NMO is having debt to Rwanda OC. With this version, they can attend the online general assemblies that are happening, which is like now and later maybe. But if ever a physical GA happened after that, they cannot send 8 delegates because they have to pay the debt for, because you're giving them the option of either or, either physically or via electronic means. But with AMSA's proposal, which is an alternative motion according to our interpretation, which means you are putting and, which means you are giving them both options. So they can attend electronic means now, and they can send delegates to a physical GA later on to pay the debt toward the previous NMO. Does that make sense now? Hopefully. Okay, perfect.
Everything clear now? Okay. So AMSA Austria, this would be an alternative motion. And to propose it, there will need to be a direct negative when we go next. So I'm just going to recap what happened beforehand so you are aware of where we are in the process. So we are at motion 37.BCP number 4, bylaws paragraph 3.8. It's proposed by the TO, seconded by MCC Denmark. We had one amendment by FMSA TO, and that was incorporated. Then we have an amendment from AMSA Austria, which is invalid because it is actually an alternative motion. And now we are at the stage of asking for further amendments. Do we have any further amendments to this? No. Then do we have a direct negative? AMSA Austria. Would you like to explain?
AMSA Austria, Lucy. Yes, we would like to propose a direct.
Vladimir Damjanović, 3. januar 81. 066.
Thank you. We would like to propose a direct negative, so as to propose an alternative motion which would include and or and give delegations that have debts both opportunities.
Okay, then do we have an alternative motion? AMSA Austria, I suppose you have one, yes?
Yes, AMSA Austria. We have an alternative motion, which is to take exactly the amendment that is here, but put and slash or.
Kao što ste dobili za danas, dobit ćete i za
electronic means. Thank you very much.
Okay. I would like to ask FMC Serbia to keep themselves muted. I think that was you. So Now, I asked for an alternative motion, but now we have a speakers list as per the maze because we have an alternative motion. So before we ask for a seconder for the alternative motion, does anyone want to speak on the topic of the alternative motion versus the original proposal? Okay, everything is clear for everyone. There is one hand raised. Hamza, Austria.
Hamza, Austria, Lucy, thank you. Yes, so we wanted to just say really clearly that the point of having the possibility to send any members to a General Assembly meeting in order to pay the debts is so as to allow for countries and NMOs where there is no electronic banking and hosts who don't have electronic banking to actually be able to pay their debts, which they can't do online. And the idea is to also give them the opportunity to attend when it's online. And right now, if they attend while it's online, that means they literally will not be able to pay their debts. And if they can't pay their debts, then they cannot keep being a valid NMO and they can't go to any General Assemblies in the future. Pretty much.
Okay, anyone else want to speak? Okay. In that case, so the upcoming process for alternative motion, just to recap for everyone, is I'm going to ask for a seconder for this alternative motion. In case there is no seconder for the alternative motion, you will simply vote on the original motion. In case there is a seconder for the alternative motion, we will immediately proceed to a vote. So we will be voting between the original motion and the alternative motion. There will also be an option against both and abstain. Now, because this is a BCP, first, this would pass by relative majority. In case it also reaches a 2/3 majority, which, CC, correct me if I'm wrong, in this situation, we would need 2/3 of the NMOs to be in favor of one or the other to be completely sure that there is a 2/3 majority for one of the options. In case this is not reached, so 2/3 majority, we would go to another vote for the one that reached the relative majority. And in case it reaches a 2/3 majority, it will be, it will pass, basically. Is everyone clear on the process about alternative motion, or do you have any questions on that? Okay, in that case, do we have a seconder for the alternative motion? Associate Tunisia.
Hi, this is Luda from Associate Tunisia. We second this motion.
Okay, so this is a seconder for the alternative motion. Now we're gonna go to a vote. Blanca should have everything prepared, I think, by now.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay, so you're gonna have 4 options in favor of the original BCP, the original motion, in favor of the alternative, against both, and abstain. So if you vote in favor of the original, you're in favor of what IFM CTO proposed. If you vote in favor of the alternative motion, you're in favor of what AMSA Austria proposed.
Okay, let's go for
Let
it.
us know. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you have about 2 minutes now to vote. Please
The
be
vote
patient.
is open now, yeah. Oui. We have 50 NMOs who have already voted, 56. (61), 63. We still need FM Costa Rica, AMEF Mexico, BMSS Bangladesh, CRUMSI Croatia, Russia, FMSA Morocco, FMSA Pakistan, FMSA Serbia, MSACA Kenya.
AMSA USA, you are on the voters list. Are you sure you're using the correct link? So it would be this one.
Yeah. We still need Ghana, Israel, Senegal, Korea, MSA Malawi, NIMSA Nigeria, NMSS Nepal.
Yeah, AMSA USA, I do not see you on in the roll call, meaning you're not on the platform itself.
We have 79 NMOs who have already voted out of 101 NMOs who have voting rights.
Is anyone else having technical issues? Because I can see 24 kind of offline. And we got 80 that voted. So
80, yeah.
AMSA USA, are you able to log in?
MCUSA, no. Who do I contact?
Let me try to fix it.
Well, now we cannot technically change your password, I think.
No, I'm gonna resend the credentials just in case it's because of that.
And please use the link that I sent in chat.
Yeah, you should have received your credentials. So please check with the email, with the link that Nivosha just sent in the chat, and let's see if it works.
Did you receive the credentials? Should be on your email. I believe you're logged in now. Are you able to vote? Let's see that as well.
No, we don't have your vote yet.
Okay, but we see you on the platform.
Mm-hmm. You're online, but without voting. Let's say that.
I'm so Austria. Not Austria. I'm so USA. Are you still having issues voting? You are now on the platform, so please cast your vote so that we can proceed. Anyone waiting right now? There are several others that didn't vote, but they did not raise any issues.
I'm so USA. Thank you. I still don't see the option to vote.
Can you refresh the browser?
Like when you go under votes, there is the option to like one of the three, I think, is to go into the vote.
I'm going to check whether you are able to vote in the informal vote so we can see.
I believe they just voted, so it's all fine now. Okay, thank you all. We're closing the vote now. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully nobody else has technical issues anymore. If you do, you did not inform us. So Blanca, can you close the vote?
Yeah, let's close the vote. And the results are the following. We have 16 in favor of the original motion, 56 in favor of the alternative motion, and 0 for the other two options.
CCC, can you confirm for us whether or not this reached 2/3 majority required for the BCP to pass? Because alternative motion reached the relative majority for it to proceed.
Sorry, there's 10 for abstention. It didn't appear here. So we have 16 in favor of the original motion, 56 in favor of alternative motion, 0 against both, and 10 abstentions.
CCC, did you get my question at least? CCC? Ezgi? You are still
from CCC. We can confirm that this BCP reached relative majority and at the same time the 2/3 majority, since according to paragraph 3.54 D, abstentions do not count for the 2/3 majority. So the alternative motion reached 2/3 majority and is adopted.
Okay, thank you, CCC. So the alternative motion is now adopted. And can you please, yeah, just right there. Alternative motion passes by 2/3 majority. So that is clear for the minutes later on. Okay, thank you all. We are moving on with the next motion. So motion 36 to 38 to adopt biochange proposal number 5, BIOS paragraph 2.48, proposed by IFMC TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMC VP, on behalf of the TO, we don't want to explain.
Thank you. And in Portugal, was that a point of information or was that like pre-raising your hand?
And in Portugal, I wanted to request if it's possible to have an informal vote with the motion made to see if any amendments would like to be incorporated in the with the alternative.
Oh, right. Thank you for reminding. Okay, so I'm going to create a new slide here. So this is the informal vote. Well, informal maze on 248. Motion. So the ANAM Portugal is going to propose an alternative motion, and they would like to have this go to amendments because, as you just saw in the process, it is not possible to have any amendments for alternative motions. We immediately go to a vote. So I am just going to ask for amendments for this. And we're not going to have any seconding or like voting on this proposal. It is just for the amendments. Are there any amendments for this alternative motion that Anam is going to propose? Mr. Egypt.
Yes, thank you. This is Mr. Egypt. We'd like to propose an amendment to add to the point 2.48a on the Exchange database to be read as, I will send it in the chat so everyone can see it. Can I explain the reasoning behind this?
Yep.
It is basically because a contract can be cancelled or postponed on the ground without being cancelled or postponed on the database or documented accurately, which might result in unneeded conflict of whether the NMOs should pay for this exchange unit or not. So just to make it crystal clear for all NMOs, the exchange administration fees should be only calculated through the official exchange database and what is documented on the database as is cancelled and postponed. So it is just to add the word on the exchange database to clarify that the exchange database is the only way we could calculate cancelled and postponed units for accuracy and transparency.
Okay. Is this the amendment you're proposing, the one highlighted in blue?
Yes, I just sent it in the chat. The only amendment is between two dashes on the exchange proposal.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Anand, were you going to accept this amendment?
We would actually rather to vote on it to make sure that the final version of the alternative motion is the one that the majority of the NMOs prefer. So for that reason, we would like to vote this amendment if possible.
Okay. Blanca, can you prepare that vote? So basically, it would again be in favor of the original and in favor of the amendment, and abstain. So this is an informal vote that's going to be taken by the ones with voting rights, but so not to make it complicated, I'm sorry. And Anam is saying that in case this amendment passes, they're going to include that in the alternative motion, including all other amendments. And that's why it's important that only those with voting rights vote right now.
Okay, you have between brackets in the name of the motion that it's actually an informal vote. Okay, so just for you to double check that we are not voting on the motion itself. Okay, so the vote is opened now, and you should be able to vote. We have 47 animals who have already voted. 52. 57. 61.
60. We previously had about 80, right now we have 67. So please speed up. You have about 30 seconds left.
Yeah. In the previous vote, we had 82 animals who voted. So let's see if we can reach that number. Or over it, yeah. 72 animals who have already voted. 74. We have IFMSA Peru, IFMSA El Salvador, CAMSA, CAMSA.
Okay,
Malaysia.
Since nobody is raising their technical issues and we are about 2 minutes after the vote is open, we're going to close the vote now. We're to inform you that we're going to be speeding up. Okay, now I'm keeping to my word. So close the vote, Blanca.
Yeah.
And that's not the results.
The results are the following. We have 15 votes in favor of the original motion, 53 in favor of the amended motion, and 8 abstentions.
Okay. Now, are there any further amendments to this? Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to assume that there will not be any further changes that you want to propose to this. So Anand, this is your final alternative motion as proposed by the rest of the GA for you to submit. Okay, is this fine? We can move on. Anand?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we're moving on to the next motion to adopt bylaw change proposal number 5, bylaws paragraph 2.48, proposed by IFMSC TO. What would you like to explain?
IFM-CVP, on the behalf of the TO, we do not want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? GMSA Georgia?
GMSA Georgia would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments? So to be clear, this is currently the thing that was submitted by the TO. So just gonna copy it in the slides down so that you know this is the current proposal. So they say, do you have any amendments for this? Okay, I see none. So do we have a direct negative? And in Portugal?
Yes, and in Portugal, we have a direct negative to this motion.
Okay, now would you like to explain?
We have an alternative motion.
Okay, perfect. So is there any alternative motion? I assume that's going to be you. So the alternative motion is the one as stated. Can you confirm?
Yes, I can confirm.
So do you want to explain further the alternative motion?
It was explained in the president sessions.
Okay, does anyone want to ask any further questions as we sort of have a debate on this right now? No. In that case, is there any seconder for the alternative motion specifically? Then in Brazil?
In Brazil, would like to be a seconder on this motion.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to do the same thing as we did for the previous BCP. So we have in favor of the original motion, in favor of the alternative motion, against both, and abstain. The same rules apply as the previous one, so I'm not going to explain. Blanca, whenever you can, please open the vote. Medicine Sudan, you have a hand raised. Any reason? Okay, I'm going to assume there is a no.
And the vote will be open in 3 seconds. Okay, you can vote. Wait. Now you can vote. 55 animals have already voted. $65. We still need BMSS Bangladesh, SIMSA Cyprus, IFMC Argentina, IFMC Jordan, IFMC Spain, IFMC Serbia, IFMC the Netherlands, KMSA Korea, COMSA Qatar, Malaysia.
We almost have everyone that voted again. We have about 35 seconds left. If you're having technical issues, let us know. Otherwise, well, if you need more time to think, I hope you know you can write that in chat as well. But otherwise, please vote as soon as possible so that we can be faster.
78 NMOs have already voted out of 101.
Okay, close the vote in about 10 seconds. Okay, exactly in 2 minutes. So close the vote and let us know the results.
Yeah. And the results are the following. We have 7 in favor of the original motion, 57 in favor of the alternative motion, 3 against both, and 11 abstentions.
CCC, can you confirm that this passes by 2/3 majority? I believe it's the same case as last time.
Yes, this is Eski from CCC. We confirm that the alternative motion passes by 2/3 majority since there are more than double of the votes against for, like, was it clear?
Yep,
like the vote? Yeah, okay.
The reason why I'm asking CCC to confirm this is because currently in the ballots, it's very sort of prone to interpretation. How does this work with alternative motion and the relative majority vote? So this is the reason. Okay, moving on. This motion passes by 2/3 majority. The alternative motion as stated by CCC. So motion 39 to adopt biochange proposals 8, 9, and 10. Including respective BIOS paragraphs 81, 82, 85 to take effect on March 12, 2021 at 11 a.m. GMT. But before we proceed to that, this is an invalid motion per the interpretation of the CCC. So we need to go through the procedural motion first that was submitted by the EB. Can you go up to the slides? The 7th slide.
Which slide?
Number 7. Okay, can the CC confirm that this motion is valid now? CC?
Eski from CCC, we confirm that this motion is valid.
Thank you. The procedural motion number 10 to overrule decision of the CCC to deem invalid the motion submitted by the T regarding BIOS paragraph, the biochange proposals number 8, 9, and 10, referring to the BIOS paragraph 18.1, 18.2, 18.5, referring to the IFMSA ban manual as the same document for all 3 proposed BIOS change proposals. Proposed by IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VPA, on behalf of the Executive Board, we are tabling this motion because our interpretation is that the three BCPs are referring to IFMSA brand manual, which is the same document in either all of the three proposals, which is against the interpretation of the CCC on the matter. So we would like to ask NMO to vote in favor of the motion, as we deem it is the same in the document in all three proposals. Thank you.
Okay, is there a need for a speakers list, or everything is clear to everyone? Okay, CCC, you want to say something? Gives us a hand from before, or no?
Yes, sorry, that was still from before.
Okay, CCC, Haider?
I'm not sure if animals want us to explain why is this invalid and how is it happening. But I'm just going to explain again in case it's not clear for animals. So basically the proposals 8.1 and 8.5 are invalid as a proposal itself because it contradicts what's written in the bylaws, which is the IFMSA Corporate Identity Manual. We figured out a way of making this procedure works, which is if we submitted a motion with all the procedures together, which means everything will be changed in the bylaws at the same time. With this, CCC is checking the whole validity of the motion itself, and which means the outcome of the motion is not contradicting anymore as they are being changed together. So for us, that can be deemed valid. However, it wasn't the case because inside the proposals itself, there are two different words. So there's official brand manual and there's the IFMSA brand manual. And according to our interpretation, which the EB is currently trying to overrule, is that these two are referring to different documents, but yet it's still open for interpretation for the word official. In case this motion passed, then the whole motion, which is adopting the three BCPs together, will be deemed valid and they can be changed, three of them together in the bylaws. I hope that that makes sense. I understand it's a bit complicated, but I hope that I made it a bit clearer now.
Thank you, CC, for the explanation. Is there someone else that wants to speak before we proceed? Okay, then do we have a seconder for this motion? Kazakhstan?
Hello, Kazumse Kazakhstan would like to second this motion.
Okay, thank you. As this is a procedural motion, we will immediately proceed to a vote. Blanca?
Yeah. The vote is opened. Give me 1 second, because the procedural motion, the text is actually different.
Let us know when you figure it out. And open the vote.
And the vote is open now. Now you can vote. We have 26 NMOs who have already voted, 33. $53. $60. $68. Let's go. Association Tunisia, Azerbaijan, Finland, GMSA Georgia, FMSA Jordan, FMSA Morocco, DRC, PMSA Palestine, Cameroon, Togo, Mexico, we have 75 NMOs who have already voted out of 101.
Okay, we are done with our 2 minutes. We can close the vote.
Yeah. And the results are the following. We have 50 votes in favor, 12 against, and 14 abstentions.
Okay, therefore, this passes by 2/3 majority. And by this, the CC decision is overruled and this motion now becomes valid. So motion 39 to adopt our change proposals 8, 9, and 10, including respectively bylaws paragraphs 18.1, 18.2, and 18.5 to take effect on March 12th, 2021 at 11:00 a.m. GMT. Proposed by IFMC Theo. Would you like to explain?
Yes, IFMSA VVPRC on behalf of the TO. I would just like to summarize what we have been discussed yesterday. Voting on these PCPs does not mean that you're necessarily voting on any specific brand manual, only that you are allowing us the possibility to have a brand manual. And this is independently from the rebranding. A brand manual is currently ready and can be tabled at any time because we have the current corporate identity and the other text needed as outlined in the email that I sent yesterday. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. IFMC Iraq, was this a point of information? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna go with seconders right now. Who would like to second this motion? Okay, IFMC Iraq.
FMSA Iraq would like to second this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any amendments to this motion? IFMC VPA.
IFMC VPA, we sent an amendment on the behalf of the executive board to the plenary team.
Okay, give us a second.
And to give time, I have another amendment that will be in the Zoom chat. It can be later on, but I will send it already.
Okay. Just to clarify with everyone, because this is a motion to adopt 3 different BCPs. Each of these is going to be a separate amendment. So the first amendment is 18.2, the official IFMSA brand manual, just having small letter O. Do you accept the amendment, IFMSA EP?
IFMSA TU, we accept the amendment.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment? The very first one?
Iraq would like to, yes, accept the amendment.
Okay, therefore that amendment is incorporated. Then we have a second amendment regarding 18.5. You can just, okay. So I need to make it a little bit clearer. So this was the first one, and the second amendment is regarding 18.5. IFMC Theo, is this the second amendment?
IFMC VPA, yes, it is the second amendment.
Okay, do you accept the proposal?
Yes, we accept.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment?
IFMSA Iraq accept the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, therefore that amendment is also incorporated. Are there any further amendments? It's the third one, I assume, is going to be to take effect on March 13th at 12 GMT. IFMSA Theo?
Yes, that's the third amendment we want to incorporate.
Okay, do you accept the amendment?
IFMCVP, we accept the amendment.
Does the seconder accept the amendment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Could you please repeat it or type it in the chat?
This is the part in the chat that you already wrote it, to take effect on March 13th at 12 GMT. It's just that these are three different amendments. Okay, are there any further amendments to any of the three BCPs or the motion itself? Okay, as there are no further amendments, we are proceeding to a direct negative. Is there a direct negative for this motion? No, and therefore motion passes nemo contra, and all three of these proposals will take effect on March 13th at 12 GMT. By then, until then, the current bylaws are in effect. Next one. So motion 40 to adopt bylaw change proposal number 13, bylaws paragraph 6.3F to take effect immediately. Proposed by IFMSCTO. Would you like to explain?
IFMCTO, we do not want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder? AMP Ecuador.
AMP Ecuador would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Do we have an amendment? And in Portugal?
And in Portugal, yeah, we have an amendment. We also would like to confirm with the CCC if this is rather an amendment or an alternative motion, but it's what is in the document for the BCP.
Okay, I'm copying it here. It's not from the TO, Omar. It's from Anam. It's in the BCP's document. So, CCC, can you confirm that this can be an amendment, or it would need to be an alternative motion?
Okay, so we just need some time in the meantime just to discuss this. So you can put on some music.
Okay, let's see if I got it right now. No. Let me see if this is working. No, not yet.
We are done.
Perfect. I'll for the next time. Okay, Omar, you can share screen again. Oh, you are.
Okay, so CCC believes it can be an amendment. We just want to highlight that it's changing the time instead of 2 weeks to 6 weeks for the call. So everyone is aware.
Okay, so it is an amendment. Does the proposer accept the amendment?
IFMCVP, on the BF of the TO, we accept the amendment.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment?
AMP Ecuador, yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. The amendment is therefore incorporated. Are there any further amendments? I see none. Is there a direct negative for this motion? Okay, therefore this passes nemo contra with the amendment incorporated. Moving on to the next one. Motion 41 to adopt bylaw change proposal number 19, bylaws paragraph 1519, proposed by IFMSC Theo. Would you like to explain?
IFMCVP, on the behalf of the TU, we do not want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? FSMR Romania.
FSMR Romania, we would like to second this motion.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any amendments? AMSA Austria.
Yes, AMSA Austria, thank you. Yeah, we would like to amend point 1, so point A to be a student of higher education institution or have graduated at most 6 months prior to the start of their term in office, as we shared yesterday evening on the NMO server.
Okay, can you confirm that this is the amendment?
AMSA Austria, Lucy? Yes, this is the amendment. Except for the punctuation bit at the end.
The annotation, okay. So does the proposer accept the amendment? Do you need a few minutes to review?
IFMSCVP, on the behalf of the team of officials, we do not accept this amendment. Would like to have a vote, if possible.
Okay, therefore we're going to have a vote between the original motion and the amendment and abstain.
Give me a second.
Let us know when you're able to.
Yeah. Okay, so the vote is open now. Now you can vote. We have 2630 animals that have already voted. Thirty-seven, 47, 54. Australia. CFMS Canada, FMSA Peru, FMSA China, FMSA Morocco, MMSA Macedonia, Lesuk Algeria. Let's go. We have 67 animals who have already voted. Seventy animals who have already voted.
About 20 more seconds.
$72. 74.
Okay, Blanca, you can close the vote.
Great. And the results are the following ones. So we have 18 votes in favor of the original motion, 44 votes in favor of the amended motion, and 13 abstentions.
Okay, Omar is disconnected. I need a few moments, so I'm gonna take over. Second. Okay, can you repeat the numbers here?
Yeah. Let me try to find the vote. Because I already closed it. It was, yeah, okay. So the results were, we have 18 votes in favor of the original motion, 44 votes in favor of the amended motion, and 13 abstentions.
Okay, therefore the amendment is incorporated. Are there any further amendments to this motion? I don't see any. Do we have a direct negative for this? AMSA Austria. Would you
AMSA
like to
Austria would
explain?
like to put a yes, absolutely. AMSA Austria would like to put a direct negative on this motion, so as to propose an alternative motion which cannot be tabled by the TO.
Okay. Do we have? Wait, I'm supposed to be doing this. Do we have an alternative motion? AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy. Yes, we would like to propose the alternative motion which has been shared within the BCP discussion document, but with our amendment incorporated into A. Thank you very much.
Can you confirm that this would be your alternative motion?
And the Austria, Lucy, yes, we can confirm that our alternative motion.
Okay.
Although
like
we would like to,
yep.
we would like to have a full stop after bylaws, if that's possible. Thank you.
Okay. This is punctuation that needs to be followed throughout the entire document. So to be consistent with that, but okay, we can add it here. Now, do we need to have a speakers list, or was the explanation of this cannot be proposed by the TO enough? Okay. In that case, do we have a seconder for this alternative motion by AMSA Austria? Okay, Simsa Singapore.
Simsa Singapore, Charles here. We second the motion.
Okay. So we're going to have a same vote as we had last time for the alternative motion. So you're going to have an option in favor of the original motion, in favor of the alternative, against both, and abstain.
Okay, and the vote is opened now. Now you can vote. We have 46 animals who have already voted. $52. 62. IFMSA Chile, IFMSA Peru, GMSA Georgia, SIMSA Cyprus, AMEF Mexico, KMSA Korea, NAMS Yemen, $74 animals have already voted.
So let's close the vote in about 15 seconds. Okay, I think you can close the vote.
Okay, so let's close the vote. And the results are the following ones. We have 11 votes in favor of the original motion, 48 in favor of the alternative motion, 2 against both, and 13 abstentions.
Okay, and I believe we achieved 2/3 majority with this. If I'm incorrect, CCC, please correct me, but I'm going to proceed forward with this. The alternative motion passes by 2/3 majority. Go on to the next motion. So we have 4 more BCPs, and then we're going to take a break. So we are done with this agenda point. After the break, we're going to address the procedural motions meant after this agenda point. So motion 42 to adopt bylaw proposal number 20, BAUS paragraph 1512, proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, on the behalf of the TU, we do not want to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Yeah, IFMSA Iraq.
IFMSA Iraq would like to second this motion.
Okay. Do we have any amendments for this motion? FMC Iraq, you have a hand raised. I guess this is for seconding. Okay. As there are no amendments, we're proceeding to a direct narrative. Do we have a direct narrative? Okay, AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, yes, Lucy, thank you very much. We would like to put a direct negative so as to propose the alternative motion which the EBPO cannot table.
Okay, then for the alternative motion, I assume we have an alternative motion and we can just copy it here. Okay, I'm gonna copy it here on mine to speed up. So help you out. Okay, can you confirm that this is the alternative motion that you are proposing?
I'm Austria, Lucy speaking. This is indeed the alternative motion which we are proposing.
Okay, now is there a further need for explanations regarding this alternative motion? Does anyone want to speak? Okay, in that case, do we have a seconder for the alternative motion by AMSA Austria? IMSA Iran?
IMSA Iran would like to second their alternative motion.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to have another vote for an alternative motion. You already know how it goes. You vote in favor of the original motion, in favor of the alternative motion, against, vote, and abstain.
Give me a second. Okay. Wait.
Did you open the vote? To be sure.
No. Sorry, the browser decided to stop working.
You may now cast your vote. Or not yet.
No. Yeah.
Okay, the vote is now open.
We have 51 NMOs who have already voted. $60, $67. We still need the votes from some NMOs such as AFEM Costa Rica, Association Tunisia, IFMC Argentina, IFMC Japan, IFMC Pakistan, MSA Malawi, Uzbekistan, we have now 74 NMOs who have already voted. $77.
Okay, we're gonna close the vote in about 10 seconds.
78. Let's go. 79, 80.
Okay, you can close the vote. You have 80 votes.
Great. And the results are the following. We have 18 votes in favor of the original motion, 43 in favor of the alternative motion, 1 against both, and 18 abstentions.
Okay, the alternative motion should pass by 2/3 majority. And the alternative motion is incorporated. CCC, if that was a mistake, let us know. And we're going to proceed forward with motion 43 to adopt value change proposal 21, BAS paragraph 1638 to take effect from the term 2021, 2022 and onwards. Proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain? Okay, there is a request for a speakers list. Before we proceed, I assume it's going to be about this BCP. Is that correct?
And Austria, yes, that is correct.
Okay, I am going to allow it before we proceed into the mains for this. So to make like what we're going to do in general for the next 10-15 minutes, everyone knows we have 3 more motions. Then we're going to have a break, but we're not going to close this agenda point. We're going to have a break in the middle of it. Once we come back, we may have some procedural motions related to this agenda point. But now we have a speakers list. So Austria is the first one. Would anyone else like to be included? IFMSA TO, I assume it is only one of you.
It's two, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, yes, but I mean only one would be speaking, and then we have Dana Brazil.
Yeah, so there are two from the TO, if I'm not wrong.
Okay. Yeah, but is it going to be two different statements from IFMSA VP and IFMSA LWHO, or just one?
Can I reply, IFMSA VP?
Yep.
One statement would be on behalf of TO from VPA, and another statement would be on from the LWHO, on behalf of LWHO.
Okay. Any particular order? Is it LWHO first or IFMSA TO first?
Just a moment. IFMSA TO first, if possible. Thank you.
Okay, so then we're gonna have AMSA Austria first, and IFMSA TO, then LWHO, and then Dana Brazil. So AMSA Austria, you have the floor. Everyone has 3 minutes. And as a reminder, if you support any of the statements, you write in chat +sign, and that will be incorporated in the minutes later on. You have time until the statement is done. This applies for all statements. AMSA Austria, you have the floor.
AMSA Austria speaking. Thank you very much. First, we don't have a written statement, but I can rewrite what I've said so that I can send it to the plenary team. Apologies. First, we would like to thank everybody who has contributed to the discussion so far, and thank the VP, LWHO, and the RDs and the SCORI director for their responses to our concerns. We are still of the belief that at least keeping the LOSO position until the March meeting, until the August meeting, and then discussing it within the August meeting with the interim LOSO would be beneficial for us to truly understand the consequences of losing the LOSO position. And as such, we would really like to hear more from the NMOs and possibly have them vote on this procedure.
Thank you, AMSA Austria. I suppose the support for the statement also ends now. Now, also, AMSA Austria, please either check the recording or rewrite your statement and send it to the plenary team. Otherwise, we would need to check the transcript for this. Okay, IFMSA TO, you have the floor.
Agla IFMSA VP on behalf of TO. Dear NMOs, we would like to thank you for your diligence in ensuring informed decision-making in IFMSA. Within the working group of the Liaison Officers Reform Project, we have been conducting consultations with current and past IFMSA officials with relevant positions going as far back as 2009 to draft a comprehensive report, and we would like to assure you this BCB proposal is not something we took lightly. We would like to stress the importance of considering all the relevant factors, including workload, finances, dynamics, bureaucracy, and priorities. Although we do understand the concern about restructuring IFMSA's structure in the context of being a pioneer in youth engagement, we would like to assure you that our contact, collaboration, and partnerships with students' organizations will not be negatively affected by the proposal, and the reform process itself aims to strengthen and to maintain the sustainability of our external relations and increase the efficiency of external affairs. You are well aware now of some important changes happening in global health in terms of youth participation, mainly a new structure designed to keep in contact with the WHO Director General, which will put LWHO in contact automatically with a number of global organizations working on health. Hence, it seems that should we decide to maintain the current LOSO position, they would likely have a very marginal role as a contact person with those organizations. Therefore, we believe now is the best moment to restructure and rebuild positions in the way most beneficial for IFMSA, reacting to changes in the global health arena. Lastly, it must be noted that this BCP can only go through in the March meeting General Assemblies. The reason for this is that we will need to release the July 1st call for the IFMSA team of officials 21-22 for the August meeting, which is usually shared in the first week of June. And we do not believe it is fair for candidates nor beneficial for our federation to implement these changes during August meeting. We believe we are in a unique moment to bring better change to IFMSA, to strengthen our exchanges, to have stronger stances in research, to take stronger positions in WHO Youth Council. Therefore, we ask for your support to help us make this a reality so that we can better empower the Federation and our NMOs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, IFMSA Tio. And now we have IFMSA LWHO.
Thank you. Iris, IFMSA LWHO speaking. Dear NMOs, adding on from the perspective of the LWHO, the liaison officer to World Health Organization of our federation works with all our partner student organizations in 3 different ways. Firstly, the Global Health Workforce Network Youth Hub, which has recently been launched by the WHO Health Workforce Department. This youth hub consists of more than 40 student organizations, including all of our existing partners and potential relevant future partners. The steering committee, of which the LWHO is a part, meets regularly. Moreover, there has been a long-standing relationship with other student organizations in the Youth Pre-World Health Assembly and the World Health Assembly, with the LWHO as the IFMSA head of delegation of one of only 2 youth organizations in official relations, opening up avenues for other youth organizations to engage. Finally, starting from this year, the World Health Organization is working with youth organizations, including IFMSA and all its partner student organizations, on the establishment of the WHO Youth Council, in which IFMSA will be represented. The members of the Youth Council are expected to convene on a regular basis, meaning that the LWHO will be able to meet, collaborate, and discuss many projects and opportunities with those student organizations more than the current LOSO position. Additionally, the RDs are already in frequent and close contact with regional student organizations, most of which are the primary contact between the partner and IFMSA. Therefore, removal of the LOSO position would not increase the work of the RDs as such. Thank you.
Yeah, WHO. This report also ends. Now for this one. And then in Brazil, you have the floor. Then in Brazil.
Lara from the NEM Brazil, distinguished delegates and EBTO. Good morning from Brazil. We want to thank the EB for the efforts and the suggestion of this new position at the liaison officer to research medical associations. We understand the demand and those concerns about redistributing the tasks and also unburden the liaison officer for medical education's work. However, we in Brazil feel we need to form a more structured opinion regarding this, and to do that, we have a need for more time, more discussion about this inside our animals and together with others, since it's a completely new position. Moreover, we also think about the importance of the opinion and experience of the future enrichment of this position and the creation of the new one. We are also concerned if the best alternative is to reassign the LO's task, is to replace the LOSO for this new position, or maybe add the new position or just redistribute the tasks of the LME inside the actual structure. Additionally, the NEM Brazil is concerned about the mental health of the one who possibly will take this new position, especially because it's a responsibility, although not new, but new for this position. We want to thank again the efforts and the availability of the EBTO for explaining this to us and for coming up with the idea. Also, this space for us to sharing these concerns.
Okay, thank you. And then in Brazil, I'm gonna open another speakers list. Is there anyone that wants to speak on this topic as you're going to be voting on this? I assume that AMSA Austria would be having what do they call it? Alternative motion based on this. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So the speakers list is over and we're going back to the procedural, no, the motion itself. Sorry. So motion 43 to adopt the change proposal 21. Okay. So how about then we have that 20-minute break now, and you have more time to discuss. We include that in the lunch break that we already were planning, and then we can come back to the BCPs because we were not closing in any case this agenda point. So the way this will work is that is the same as the roll call. So you have 20 minutes now. We're gonna record the presence at the end of the 20 minutes. So at exactly 14:32 GMT. This is the break time that's going to be over. So you got 20 minutes.
Nibosha, can we just, just before that, in case there's an alternative motion, please send it to us in advance so we can use the same time to check the validity as well.
Okay. So everyone, we are gonna be on a break now. I'm gonna make a slide for that. We're ending the break in about 3 minutes. Okay, the break is going to be done in a minute. In the meantime, if you're already here, please open email vote so we can record presence and take that as like the basis for the next votes. Omar, are you here as well?
Yes, I've just joined.
Perfect. So reminder again, please open Nemo vote so we can record presence in about a minute. According to what we agreed. Okay, so we're gonna do a roll call now. Break is over. Omar, you can copy the roll call.
Okay, I will be copying the roll call now.
Yeah, let us know when you're done and we can proceed. We have a couple of procedural motions that we received in the meantime. CCC, if you didn't check, the procedural motions are in the tab.
Yeah, on it.
Okay, so did you record roll call, Omar?
I've done it. I'm just doing it now for anyone with voting rights for the minutes. Just a minute.
Okay. When you're done, let us know.
Okay, the roll call has been taken, so we may proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you all. Hope you had a nice break and managed to refresh. So we're going to proceed with the next points. We have slides. Okay, so we do have 3 motions. Was it 3? Yep, it's 3 motions. 3 motions left. However, we have some procedural motions beforehand. It's about reopening a debate on a specific motion, but as we already started discussing this BCP 21, Anem, is it okay we will look at procedural motion after this motion is done? So we do motion 43 and then we do your procedural motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that we have a continuation in the discussion. So we are at motion 43 to adopt bylaw change proposal 21, bylaws paragraph 16.13a to take effect for the term. Wait, is it bylaws? Yeah, okay. To take effect for the term 2021, 2022, and onwards, proposed by the IFMSC TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSC TPD, we would not like to explain. The report was sent out to NMOs prior to the GA.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Ivory Coast. Okay, I'm gonna take it that you second this. So moving on, do we have any amendments to this motion? IFMSC VP.
IFMSC VP, on the behalf of the TO, we sent an amendment to the plenary scene.
Okay. Homer, can you copy?
From which document is this?
Yeah, I'm copying here.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment is to change the name of the liaison officer to liaison officer for medical sciences and research issues. This was already shared with everyone. Can you confirm that this is the amendment?
IFMSC VP, we confirm it's the amendment.
Okay, do you accept the amendment?
IFMSC VP, on the behalf of the TO, yes, we accept.
Does the seconder accept the amendment? Ivory Coast, now you will need to speak. Or you can type in chat, it's okay as well. Ivory Coast, do you accept the amendment? You need to type it in chat or say it.
Yes, we do.
Perfect, thank you, Ivory Coast. Now, the amendment is incorporated into the motion. Do we have any further amendments? Okay, I don't see any amendments. Do we have a direct negative for this motion? Okay, just to be clear, if there is no direct negative, there cannot be any alternative motions, and this was already mentioned beforehand. So, Anna in Portugal, do you have a direct negative?
Yes, and in Portugal has a direct negative on this motion.
Would you like to explain?
Yeah, based on the discussions that were happening, I believe it would be important to vote this motion with the alternative one to see what the majority of the animals prefer.
Okay, is there an alternative motion at all? Okay, I'm Austrian.
I'm Austria, Lucy, thank you very much. Yes, we do have an alternative motion. Although we would like to stress that this is because the NMOs vote on what they prefer.
Okay.
I've sent the alternative motion in the chat.
Okay, Omar a bit. Okay, can you confirm that this is your alternative motion?
We confirm that this is our alternative motion.
I'm gonna highlight what are the changes. These things are here already, and like they want to keep liaison officer to students' organizations. So now we have a speakers list and a debate. Would you like to further explain your alternative motion first, and then anyone else that wants to speak?
And Austria, we believe that it's important for the NMOs to make this decision with a vote, and we believe that these are the two alternatives that the NMOs are interested in, and not just either the liaison officer or either the LOZO or the LORMZ, but actually having the opportunity to have both, and that's why we're proposing this alternative motion. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak? Currently, we are in discussion before we proceed to secondary. So if you wanted to speak, now is your time. Okay, I'm gonna assume everything was already said and you all understand the differences and what does voting for the original motion mean and what does voting for the alternative motion mean. Just to clarify something, CCC, so the motion text, not the BC, not the proposed change, but the motion text reads to adopt BCP 21 vows prior to take effect for the term 2021 and 2022 and onwards. So just to ensure that everyone understands, even with the alternative motion, the new position would only be in effect from 2021-2022. And in case it passes, the EB would be required to open the call for LOZO as well, compared to the original proposal. CCC?
Okay, so basically, just go back to the alternative motion. So since they are just changing the text of the BCP itself, so we are interpreting that they are using the same motion, which is also take effect for the term 21, 2022 and onwards. Maybe you can just confirm with the proposal if that's what they mean and add an alternative motion, and then it's fine for us.
Okay, Austria, can you confirm that you would use the same motion text?
And so Austria, we would be using the same text, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, this was a little bit of a more complicated alternative motion with the differences in text. So since there is nobody else that wants to speak on this topic, we are moving on to the secondary for the alternative motion. Does anyone want to second the alternative motion? Then in Brazil.
The name Brazil would you like to seconder on this alternative motion.
Thank you. Now we're going to proceed to a vote between, as in the past, between the original motion, the alternative motion, against all, and abstain.
Let's go. And the vote is opened now. Now you can vote. We have 38 animals who have already voted, 46, 49, 55 out of 101 animals who have voting rights, 60. We still need some more animals to vote, such as Colombia, Bulgaria, Australia, CFMS Canada, IFMSA China, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Jordan, IFMSA Morocco, Kumsak White, KMSA Korea, MSA Malawi, Slomsik Slovenia, Metsar Rwanda.
We have about 30 seconds before we proceed.
$75 animals have already voted. Cameroon, Luxembourg, Alem.
Okay, Blanca, you can close the vote and let us know the results.
Okay, so closing the vote now, and the results are the following. We have 27 votes in favor of the original motion, 40 votes in favor of the alternative motion, 3 votes against all, and 6 abstentions.
Okay, in this case, we are gonna have alternative motion moving forward as it reached a relative majority compared to all the other options, but it didn't reach a 2/3 majority. As this is a VCP, it requires a decision by the General Assembly by 2/3 majority for it to pass as a whole. CCC, can you confirm?
Yes, we confirm.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are gonna proceed now to vote in terms of the alternative motion only. So just to make it clear, slide now. We are not going to, okay, so we're not going to the maze again. We are just going with specifically this vote.
Yeah, and now we have 3 options, which are in favor, against, and abstention for the alternative motion.
Is everything clear what you're going to be voting on right now? So you're just voting whether or not you accept this motion now. Okay, Blanca, if you have the vote, you can open it.
Yeah, the vote is open now. Now you can vote. we have 33, sorry, NMOs who have already voted out of 101, 40 NMOs, 44, 50. We still need AMSA Austria, AMSA Australia, SMCOL Colombia, BMSS Bangladesh, Bohemsa, CFMS Canada, FMS Taiwan, IFMSC the Netherlands, IFMSC
There's a point of
Morocco.
order from the VP. What would be your point of order, VP?
IFMS CVP, we would like to note from Executive Board that for this alternative motion, task description was not proposed, right? Because this would mean.
What did you mean by description?
I'm very sorry. Can I have a moment? Or
Yep.
not? Okay.
IFMC EV, let us know when you're done with your when you have the actual information for the point of order.
Yes, I raised my hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
No worry, no worry. IFMC VPA. So our point of order is to actually ask CCC, would this be valid as a motion if no task description is included with this BCP? That means what will the LM, like the Liaison Officer for Medical Science and Research issue will do, and what does the LOSO will do regarding this motion if it passes?
Okay, we will just require some minutes to discuss and return back.
Okay, but let me see, EB, this was not a point of order. This is a point of information.
Yes, sorry for that.
If you had, now you interrupted the vote and we have to do it again. Because if you raise this point of order beforehand with the alternative motion, this could have been that it is invalid because there is no task description or anything else that the CCC would find there. But right now it was a point of information. So we're still going to wait for CCC to confirm this, that it was indeed a valid alternative motion to keep this once. But in case it is invalid, your motion itself, the first one, was also invalid because technically the alternative motion only left LOSO in. So the part of task description is not on the alternative motion. CCC, did you have your hand raised? Bianca, you'll have to close the vote and we'll have to repeat the vote.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we are back.
Okay.
So basically, we would like to ask the EB to elaborate why is this considered invalid, because all the laws in the bylaws, they don't have a specific task description for their positions, even the one that we currently have in IFMSA. So if there is something else that the EB had in mind, maybe you can share it with us. Otherwise, we deem this proposal valid.
Are you referring to the task description document that is sent out with every call?
Yeah, but that's not in the bylaws.
Yep, as far as I know, it's not in the bylaws, and I am just not sure whether or not that document itself was adopted by the General Assembly. But as I do know that we always correct it before every GA, I think it was not adopted by the General Assembly itself. So it is an informal, unofficial document.
Yep.
In that case.
2015 report, just ask. 2015 report.
So I guess we are waiting for the EB, right?
I mean, we'll have to.
CCC, even if such a document existed, like an official one that was adopted by the General Assembly, this would the current motion was states that it takes effect from the term 21-22. So between now and the start of the term 21-22, that document will need to be amended and have these things added. Just like as a, while we wait for the EB, as something to think about. Just in case that this document was indeed adopted by a General Assembly. Is it not true?
So are you asking us that, or the EB?
I am asking you that while they think about this, so we don't waste time.
Okay.
Okay, so just to sum up what's happening for everyone, if you're just tuning in. So basically the executive board raised a point of order whether or not this motion itself is valid, because they say that there is no task description included in a document regarding liaison officer for medical sciences and research issues. So now we're waiting for them to clarify a little bit more. The CCC mentioned there is nothing specifying specific LO's tasks in the bylaws. There is what is there for all officials, but not very specifically for each LO. In the meantime, I guess I can find the minutes of that General Assembly. Pete, did you manage to discuss this? Do you still need more time? Okay, EP, can you clarify to us what you're referring to and what what is happening.
Nebraja VPM is raising his hand.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me say VPN.
I don't know if I will be allowed to give a point of information.
At this point, we start the process, so yes, you are allowed to give a point of information.
Okay. Our position as the executive board at the present moment is that we cannot, in a space of less than 24 hours, add a liaison officer position without consultation on this current amendment. So our preference and stance is that we keep the LOSO position as it is right now without changing anything. Full stop.
Okay, IFMSA EB, we had a speakers list, then we had a motion, then we had a break before that, then we had a motion, then we had, we had your amendment, then we had alternative motion, we had another speakers list, then we had a vote. At this point, the decision of the General Assembly is that they need to vote on this alternative motion. So right now, the whole BCP would fail, if that is the case, if that is what you're proposing to them, because they're not able to vote anymore on your proposal, which does not include the LOSO, because the previous vote reached a relative majority where the relative majorities, the animals, preferred this alternative motion. You interrupted the vote with the point of order, which was not it, and now we also went into a discussion regarding task description. So can you please, if you want, we can have a break to determine whether or not we're discussing validity, but yeah, we are not going into point of information anymore.
Okay, we understand.
On the reasons why you prefer or don't prefer the contents of this BCP.
Yes, we understand the position that we're at, and our position is that we would rather not have a change. That's all we are to say.
Okay. Well, I don't like that we are having important informations between the votes, depending on the results and how they happen. So please, this goes for all proposers. Whenever we get to a motion, there is a space to raise your concerns on both what happens if a motion passes and what happens if a motion does not pass, so that we don't run into situations where we need to have multiple procedural motions and we stop the whole process, etc. So right now, we are going to proceed with repeating the vote that we had for the alternative motion to adopt biochange proposal number 21, paragraph 1638, to take effect for the term 21-22 and onwards, as proposed by AMSA Austria and that passed the relative majority of animals. And this motion includes liaison officer to students' organizations and liaison officer for medical sciences and research issues. The options will be in favor, against, and abstain. And to pass, this motion needs a 2/3 majority. Blanca, can you reopen the vote? I think you need to recreate it if you didn't yet.
I already created it, but I think that the CCC has their hand raised.
CCC?
Yeah, so basically going previous to the previous discussion, still this motion is valid for us as far as there is nothing contradicting in the bylaws. So yeah, we can vote on this motion and it's valid. And the consequences after this motion passes is that we will have 2 liaison officers at the same time in the bylaws, which means like the LOSO and the new one. And in case this motion didn't pass, then we will go to what was already in the bylaws, which is only 1 liaison officer, just to make sure what are the options after voting.
AMSA Austria, I guess you want the point of information, but we need to proceed to a vote. There should not be any opportunity for further points of information. But because EB had an opportunity, and this is the only case right now, to be fair to everyone, you can have your point of information as well.
Thank you very much. It's actually more of a question. Can we still withdraw our alternative
No.
motion?
No, this was already discussed, and at this point you cannot withdraw your alternative motion. And I would appreciate if there is no insinuation on what NMOs now need to decide on, because the time for the giving everyone information required for the vote passed already. So now, Blanca, can you open the vote?
Yeah. So the vote is opened. Let me check. Yeah. The vote is open now. You can vote. We have 46 animals who have already voted, 50. We still need AMSA USA, Bohemsa, AMSA Australia, BMSS Bangladesh, SIMSA Indonesia, CRMC Croatia, SIMSA Cyprus, HOMSIG Greece, IFMSA Pakistan, IFMSA the Netherlands, MMSA Malta, NAMS Yemen. We have 66 votes registered. IFMSA China, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Jordan, KMSA Korea, MSA Malawi, SFGH UK, FIMS Israel, FIMSIC Finland. We have 71 animals who have already voted out of 101. Lesotho, Algeria, Nsaka, Kenya, Uzbekistan,
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Blanca, can you close the vote now?
Yeah. So I'm closing the vote. And the results are the following. We have 37 votes in favor, 21 votes against, and 15 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. The motion fails, and this is not now incorporated. However, before we proceed with the next point, I think this should be a little bit of a lesson for everyone that next time there is point of information, I will not allow it. Because when we enter the process and we go to a vote, there is no more point of information. You have your opportunity, your space to provide information that's outlined in the bylaws. Everything else is up to my interpretation, basically. And specifically doing what just happened, you had enough space before in the BCP's discussion. 1, 2, you had online spaces, you had all of that. We just spent 30 minutes going over this, if you do not agree with one of the proposals, I recommend that you also mention what you would like to happen if well, as this in this case, executive board did not even want to have this. motion pass in case it doesn't remove also. Please be clear with all of those things beforehand so that we do not interfere with the animal's autonomy and the ability to vote. So therefore, we're going to proceed now. That would be it. In case anyone wants to do something about the previous vote, the only way for that to happen is to have it done during this agenda point, as this agenda point cannot be reopened. So if you would like to have further discussions during this General Assembly, in order to make a vote happen on this motion, again, you would basically need to suspend the balance paragraph, as it is not possible to reopen this agenda point. I hope that is very clear on everyone that might be asking for more time to discuss this during the General Assembly and make the adjustments during this General Assembly. Okay, we're moving on with motion for no. We have a procedural motion before that from Anna Portugal, which is what we said, the procedural motion to reopen an agenda point. As that was stable, we need to address it immediately. I'm gonna copy it. Omar, I copied it there. Okay,
Yes,
so
thank you.
procedural motion for the debate on motion 40 regarding the adoption of balance change proposal 30, balance paragraph 6.3F to be reopened, proposed by Anna Portugal. Would you like to explain?
Yes, I'm in Portugal. So basically we are proposing this procedural motion because we figured it out after the vote on the bylaw change proposal number 13 about the call for delegations to external meetings, that there was a mistake in our amendment, and for that we really apologize for that. And I believe that neither us, neither the DO, nor all the NMOs that voted for the motion were exactly aware about what we were proposing. So I would like to reopen the discussion because of this mistake.
Okay, does anyone else want to speak on this procedural motion before we proceed? IFMC VPA.
IFMC VPA on behalf of the EV, sorry. And the EB would like also to see this motion pass and to see this motion number 40 be reopened so we can change the amendment as it was discussed between our both bodies. So we agree with this motion and would encourage animals to move to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. VP. In that case, we're gonna, because there are no more hands raised, we're gonna proceed. This is proposed by Anna Portugal, who already explained. Do we have a second? Metzko Oman. As this is a procedural motion, we're immediately going to proceed to a vote. Blanca, do you have the time to create the vote?
Yeah, let me check. One second. And the vote is open now. We have 51 NMOs who have already voted. We still need AMSA Austria, ASTEMCOL Colombia, ASRM Moldova, Associated Tunisia, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Ghana, IFMC Argentina, IFMC Guatemala, IFMC Morocco, IFMC Spain, IFMC the Netherlands, Kamsa Qatar, HCCM Russia, AEMP Togo. We have now 71 NMOs who have already voted out of 101. $73. Still 73.
We should be stopping the vote now.
Okay.
Let us know what's the count.
Okay, so the results are the following. We have 49 votes in favor, 9 against, and 16 abstentions. Sorry.
Okay, this motion passed by 2/3 majority, and we are going back to motion number 40. But can you just copy the slide so that you can write just copy the slide and put it down so you can have a reference for the minutes later. Okay, and let's call it reopened. No, I'm on the wrong side, sorry. Okay, so the reopen motion 40 to adopt Austrian proposal 13 plus paragraph 6.3F to take effect immediately. Now we're doing the entire process now. So this is proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMC VP on the behalf of the TU do not want to explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? MSI India. Do we have any amendments to this motion? And in Portugal first.
Okay, and in Portugal we have an amendment. It's actually the same from the previous motion with the one exception. So maybe you can copy from the other slide and I'll tell you what is different.
Okay, copy. So what is different?
In the second sentence, it says the application call must be open for at least, and we do not want to correct it to 6 weeks. We want to keep it 2 weeks.
Okay, so it's just gonna stay like this. Okay, so the only thing here is this amendment. Does the proposer accept the amendment?
IFMC VP on the behalf of the TU, yes, we accept the amendment.
Okay, does the seconder accept the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have further amendments? Don't have any. Do we have a direct negative? Don't have a direct negative. This motion passes nemo contra. Okay, we are going back to where we were, which is motion 44 to adopt our change proposal 22, paragraph 1312, proposed by LAMSIC Lebanon. Would you like to explain?
LAMSIC Lebanon would not explain.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
So South Slovakia would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments? We don't have any amendments to this motion that I can see. Do we have a direct negative? Don't have any direct negatives. Motion passes. Nemo contra. On to motion 45 to adopt bylaw change proposal 23, paragraph 12.4, proposed by Leipzig Label. Would you like to explain?
We would not like to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Metzer Rondo. Do we have any amendments? Austria.
Hello, Austria. We would like to propose the amendment which we sent over the NMO server.
Okay, so I'm gonna need to find it again.
Austria, should we post it in the chat?
No, it's okay. I got it. Can you confirm that this is your amendment? So this is a change.
Austria, yes, that is our amendment.
Okay, would you like to explain your amendment?
Austria, Lucy, yeah, we believe that this is actually clear, and we believe that it's more grammatically correct, and we believe that adding IFMSA facilitators also helps to distinguish between the two. So that's also part of the amendment. It says IFMSA. Thank you.
Does the proposer accept the amendment?
We do not accept the amendment. And if you are given the floor to explain why, we would like to give it to IFMSA Egypt to explain.
Okay. Because IFMSA Egypt was also the proposer of the BCP document itself, I'm going to give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Borja. This is Manna from IFMSA Egypt. So we're basically not accepting the amendment for 3 reasons. We have been doing a lot of consultations over the past 2 days with people who are IFMSA officials, IFMSA alumni, and also people who are native English speakers, just to make sure that we proceed with the most correct way of stating this proposal. Most of the people have mentioned that changing the word under to the word as per does carry a different meaning. Under refers to their categorization, while as per will be defining IFMSA trainers and facilitators, which should not be done in the bylaws, but is rather done in the CBIUGs. So this is one reason that changing the word to as per will change the meaning of the original proposal. We had a few number of people tell us that there will be no difference between the word under and the word as per in terms of their interpretation. However, we also view that if there is no difference, then let's stay with the safer option, which is under, as to avoid any false or incorrect interpretation in the future, to ensure that this is always interpreted in a sustainable way within IFMSA. And last but not least, we have consulted with native English speakers who have confirmed to us that under is the word that portrays the original reason why this bylaw change proposal was proposed in the beginning, which is to categorize IFMSA trainers and facilitators rather than to define them, which is already done within the IUGs. And for all these 3 reasons, following all the consultations that we've done, we'll not be accepting the amendment. Is this clear enough?
Thank you, IFMSA Egypt. As the proposer does not accept the amendment, we're going to proceed to a vote. You've heard the reasons from the proposer of the amendment and from the proposer of the original motion as to why you are voting. So you're going to have 3 options. Well, you're going to vote in favor of the original motion, in favor of the amendment, and to abstain. Blanca, do you have it ready?
Yep. Give me 1 second. the vote. Give me 1 second. Okay, here. Okay, the vote is opened.
Okay. Please vote as soon as possible.
We have 38 NMOs who have already voted, 45, 51, and we still need an in Portugal, ASRM Moldova, Krumsic Croatia, then in Brazil. Humsirk, Hungary, IFMSA Argentina, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Spain, IFMSA the Netherlands, MMSA Malta, MSA DRC, NMSS Nepal. Let's go. 69 NMOs have already voted. Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Russia, '73 NMOs. Still 73 NMOs. '74. '74. Should we close the vote?
I was muted. Can you close the vote?
Yeah. So closing the vote now, and the results are the following. We have 42 votes in favor of the original motion, 21 in favor of the amended motion, and 11 abstentions.
Therefore, the amendment is not incorporated. Do we have any further amendments to this motion? There are no amendments. Do we have a direct negative? There are no direct negatives, therefore this motion passes nemo contra. Okay, that concludes all BCPs. But before we close this agenda point, was there any procedural motion being submitted for any of the BCPs or anything else? Because as I stated, you cannot reopen this agenda point unless you do something that normally is not advisable. I'm so Austrian.
And Austria, Lucy. We sent in a procedural motion just now.
Okay. Are you sending it or you sent it?
AMSA Austria, Lucy, we sent it just now. Did it not come through? Because we did send it.
No, we haven't received it in the form.
I did not receive the response sheet yet. Check the form itself.
AMSA Austria, apologies. Now it
It's
should.
now there, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna share it with everyone so you can all see. Okay, the way forward will be to table a procedural motion to reopen the discussion on motion number 43 to adopt the change proposal 21 regarding BAS paragraph 16.13a.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to erase the beginning of that. But the procedural motion would be to reopen the discussion. So do I have to resend it in without the way forward would be to table A?
Sent it in just for like archiving purposes, but we will take it as this is your procedural motion.
Thank you very much.
But would you like to do that now? And would you like to explain the purpose?
Yes, absolutely. AMSA Austria. So the reason that we would like to reopen the discussion and the voting on BCP number 21 regarding the LOZO-LORMI debate is because we feel that the NMOs have not been given a chance to decide between just the LOZO or just the LORMI. And this is, of course, partially due to the alternative motion. Having seen that this alternative motion failed and that the majority of the NMOs do not want to have both the LOZO and the LORMI, we would now like to give NMOs a chance to decide between the LORMI and the LOZO. Also, it came to our attention that the EBTO still have some points of discussion that they would like to make, and we would like to give them that chance as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we proceed with the procedural motion and the whole process that all of this entails, I'm gonna open a speakers list so that you can discuss all of this and explain exactly the purposes in the speakers list. Anyone would like to speak about this? Or was everything very, very clear? IFMSA VP, the first one.
Agla IFMSA VP. I just would like to underline that in case the procedural motion goes through and we go to a vote, in case we decide to keep the LOZO position and not adopt the proposal, the WHO Youth Council will not go anywhere and it will still be established. Therefore, we will still remain with the bureaucratic struggles that there are currently for LWHO, because what will happen is that LWHO, regardless, will have direct contact with the student organizations because of this new structure in WHO. And all LOZO partners would be in the context, none of them would be lost. And in this council, actually, there are more than 30 other student organizations that are not yet our partners. So this could be an additional opportunity. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter now? No, so let's just make the intentions very clear. So we have a procedural motion now for the reopening on the discussion on the motion. The executive board previously stated that they would either prefer to have their proposal with simply LSR, which is the new liaison officer, or to keep the current status. Right now, we have the current status. And AMSA Austria is proposing to reopen this discussion because they would like to see a vote where there is a discussion between having LSR and having LOZO. AMSA Austria, can you confirm?
AMSA Austria, Lucy here. Yes, we confirm that that is our intention. Thank you.
Okay, since everything is now clear on what is going to happen and this gets accepted, we have, well, CCC, is this motion valid? Just to confirm. Don't tell me.
Ezgi from CCC. This is not the exact text that was sent or submitted by the forum. If you look into the forum, it says procedural motion to reopen the debate on motion number 43 to adopt BCP number. Like there's even less text.
Okay, so 1 second.
And then just to confirm, in the way it is submitted currently for the second time in the submission form, it is valid.
Okay, so I will then just copy that. Thank you, CCC. So this is the second version, and this one is valid, right? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes. That's what you said previously. So procedural motion to reopen the debate on motion number 43 to adopt BCP number 21 regarding bylaws paragraph 1613A proposed by AMSA Austria. It was previously explained. Do we have a seconder for this procedural motion? IMSA Iran.
IMSA Iran would like to second this motion.
Okay, there are no direct negatives. We immediately proceed to a vote.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay. The vote is open now. We have 32 and almost 38 and almost have already voted. $44. 51. 57. We still need BVMD Germany, ASEMCOL Colombia, Azerbaijan, BMSS Bangladesh, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Argentina, IFMSA Guatemala, LISUC Algeria, IFMSA Pakistan, IMSA Ukraine, GMSA Georgia, Bohemsa, Bosnia and Herzegovina, okay, we have 72 and most have already voted out of 101. Still 72.
Okay, you can close the vote now. That's the time.
Okay, so I'm closing the votes and the results are the following. We have 38 38 yes votes in favor, 22 votes against, and 13 abstentions.
Okay, in this case, the procedural motion fails as it did not reach 2/3 majority. Therefore, we will not be reopening debate on motion number 43. And as this was already discussed by the General Assembly, I am inclined to move forward now with this agenda point. In case you disagree with that, now is the time to do that, but I think the General Assembly decision in this case is very clear what you want to do. It is possible to resubmit this procedural motion together with a different proposer, but as of now, no someone else willing to do that. I have Mr. Quebec.
Hi, here IFMSA Quebec. I'm speaking on behalf of CFMS and IFMSA Quebec. I just wanted to know if it was possible to confirm if you've received our procedural submission. We sent it out 14:50 GMT today.
Yes, we received your submission. We're just going over BCPs, and between BCPs and the next agenda point, we're going to address the procedural motions we submitted, all of them together from memberships.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, in that case, this agenda point is officially closed regarding BCPs. And we have procedural motions related in the meantime. First, we do have CFMS Canada. No, we're going to go with the MSAC North Cyprus and MC Ukraine, and then we're going to go with the one from IFMSA Quebec and CFMS Canada. So the first procedural motion is to suspend the IFMSA bylaws Annex 2, paragraph 2.13i until the end of the 17th March meeting General Assembly to make Medical Students Association of Northern Cyprus and South Northern Cyprus application for full membership status valid. This is proposed by South Northern Cyprus and Ukraine. Would you like to explain? Sorry if you had a hand raised. CCC, point of information.
I mean, it's fine. We can just finish this and then have the speakers list since you already proceeded. I raised my hand before that.
It's okay. I asked them if they want to explain. So it's a speakers list at the moment. So is it related to this or something else?
No, something else. That's why it didn't make a point to say it now.
Okay. So then South Northern Cyprus and Ukraine, you must orally explain the suspension. But wait, this is not a full. This is a full motion? Yeah. You have to orally explain, otherwise this motion is invalid. So you have the form. South Northern Cyprus.
So Ukraine, we don't like to explain.
CCC, does this fall under the requirements of ballot change proposal suspensions?
CCC, can we have just a moment, please?
Okay,
we are just confirming something.
Can you at the very least read the procedure motion? I think that would at the very least fulfill the requirements.
What is your question?
Whether or not they have to orally explain. But if you're discussing something else, it's okay, we can read.
I mean, since there's no secondary, they have to explain. They can just say something.
No, per paragraph 122, no, 118, that regulates suspension of bylaws paragraph, sorry, it's 120. It's getting, the proposal should justify in writing and orally. So if you at the very least read this procedure motion, you would fulfill the requirements. Ms. Northern Cyprus. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, if the bylaws are very clear, you have to orally explain, otherwise your motion to suspend the bylaws paragraph is invalid. So you have the floor, you can start speaking whenever you want. You can speak whenever you want and explain this procedural motion.
Thanks, Northern Cyprus. We just want to mention basically on our statement that this motion serves to only suspend item state bylaws Annex 2, paragraph 2.13i until the end of 70th March meeting General Assembly, hoping that you would support us in validating our candidature form and giving us the opportunity to present our candidature.
Okay. CCC, did you have some other point of information, or was this all? I don't yet understand why you need some time. CCC. I'm getting chat messages, but if you can just tell us, it would be a bit faster.
So do you want me, guys? Do you want?
Are we not broadcasting the correct procedural motion, or what's the problem?
Tanya from CCC, could you just give 10 minutes break for us, technical break? Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have a 5 minutes break before we address this procedural motion, as we are way past our break time. So we're gonna have a 5 minutes break, and we're gonna be back at 3:50 GMT. So GMT, 15:50 GMT. Thank you. There will not be a roll call, so please don't leave completely. Okay, so we are done with the break. I hope everyone is here and you didn't leave so far away. This was just a small technical break. So CCC wanted us to include the full motion text in this, and this is now done. CCC, was this it, or was there something else?
Yeah, this motion is valid. And sorry if we are taking some time to do this, but we need to make sure that everyone is on the same page before representing ourselves on behalf of the CCC. And Nibosha, please give us time and stop stressing us. Thank you.
Well, I am giving you always enough time. And in this case, you got the technical break, and everyone else got their 5 minutes break that everyone was supposed to have. So everyone's happy. Now we had, okay, so this is again the procedural motion. It can the proposer, Northern Cyprus, and you can confirm that this is the procedural motion now. Can raise hands or just speak. Northern Cyprus and UMC Ukraine. You can speak and let us know whether or not this is the correct motion that you submitted.
Looks like Northern Cyprus also.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm not going to ask them for further explanations. I'm going to take the one that they previously provided and take that as completed. We're moving on with the second, or does anyone second this procedural motion? We're going to go with IFMSA Iraq.
Yes, IFMSA Iraq, confirm.
Okay, and as this is a procedural motion, we immediately go to a vote.
Yep, let's go for it. Let me check that everything is correct. And you can vote now. We have 32 animals who have already voted, 42, 46, 52, 62, and we still need MC Ireland, Azerbaijan, Venezuela, Hungary, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Jordan, IFMSA Pakistan, Desuk Algeria, MSA Malawi.
Okay, another 15 seconds and I'm going to close the vote.
Yep, we have now 68 animals who have already voted out of 101.
Okay, you can close the vote.
Great. I'm closing the vote and the results are following. We have 42 votes in favor, 19 votes against, and 7 abstentions.
If my math is correct, this passes by 2/3 majority. And this, okay, CCC, can you give us a point of information? What does this mean?
Yes, this is Ilke from CCC. We would like to confirm that after the exception of this procedural motion, MSANG Northern Cyprus candidature, membership candidature becomes valid.
Okay, thank you. We now have another procedural motion. I'm gonna copy this one. Moment. Okay. Or if we can copy the rest of them. So this is proposed by IFMC Quebec and CFMC Canada. Would you like to explain your procedural motion? It is regarding suspension of IFMSA bylaws Annex 2, paragraph 2.14 until the end of the 17th March meeting General Assembly. IFMC Quebec, would you like to explain? Or CCC
Yes.
has point of information again.
May I speak?
Just give me a second. CCC, did you have?
This is Ilke from CCC. We confirm that this procedural motion is valid.
Okay, thank you. IFMC Quebec, you can proceed.
So hi, this is I from SA Quebec. We're speaking on behalf of CFMS and our NMO. So we would like to suspend the IFMSA bylaws Annex 2, paragraph 14 until the end of the 70th March meeting General Assembly. The reason why we submitted this was to let Barbados present their candidature at least, and it's a small detail that could be easily modified within the NMO. All the details regarding the submission have already been sent in our latest email at 14:50 GMT. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else would like to speak on this matter? Okay, in that case, we're just going to proceed to a seconder. Do we have a seconder for this procedural motion? MSA Tarrant.
Mr. Thailand would like to second this motion.
Okay, in that case, we're proceeding to a vote immediately. Blanca?
Sorry, I was muted. So let's move on to the vote, and the vote is open now. We have 35 NMOs who have already voted. No, 51. 55. 60, and we still need AMSA Philippines, ASRM Moldova, Azerbaijan, Croatia, SIMSA Cyprus, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA El Salvador, LAMSA Latvia, CUMSA Kuwait, NMSS Nepal, we have now 69 NMOs that have already voted. Okay,
10 seconds and we can close the vote.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, and I'll be closing the vote. So the results are the following. We have 50 votes in favor, 15 votes against, and 6 abstentions.
Okay, this passes by 2/3 majority. Okay, I think we're done with procedural motions, and we're gonna have a speakers list now. CCC would like to say something, so CCC first. Anyone else?
Can we first have the point of information on the procedural motion for?
Yep, thank you. Sorry. Can you say?
Yes, Eski from CCC, point of information from the CCC, with the adoption of this procedural motion, IFMSA Barbados application for membership status becomes valid.
Okay, thank you. So we have CCC now on the speakers list, and anyone else? Malaysia, CMAMS. And CCC. Okay, so I have CCC first and then Malaysia. CCC, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nebasha. Gita from the CCC. I would like to read a statement on behalf of the CCC. Dear NMOs, IFMSA officials, plenary team, and IFMSA members. During the past few days of this General Assembly meeting, we have observed various ways of referring to the IFMSA Constitution and bylaws. With this statement, we would like to clarify on the correct usage of the word bylaws, article, and paragraph. According to bylaws paragraph 1.10, which reads, the bylaws regulate the practical internal management of IFMSA. They are divided into articles, and each article is divided into paragraphs. We believe the only way to refer to a part of the bylaws is by either bylaws article or bylaws paragraph, or to the document itself as IFMSA bylaws. It is true that this fact had gone unrecognized by past CCCs. However, it was important for us to highlight this discrepancy and respect the bylaws by establishing the proper terminology, as it had been already pointed out and called upon by the chairperson of the General Assembly August meeting 2020. We would like to emphasize that by making this decision, we are not trying to create an obstacle to the democratic processes that guide this federation, but to ensure compliance with the IFMSA Constitution and bylaws and set an example for our future federation. On a final note, we would like to call upon all IFMSA members to be mindful and pay attention to using proper terminology. Always remember that with the decisions we make today, we create the federation of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, CCC. SMAMS Malaysia.
Dear IFMSA family, we hope you are well in this pandemic. SMAMS Malaysia would like to bring your attention to Annex 2.13I, which reads the official IFMSA application form for obtaining membership of IFMSA that must include I, a list of officers including their respective contact information. In the previous online General Assembly in August, we faced the same issue as MSANC, Northern Cyprus. It is clear that it is easy to overlook the requirement of Annex 2.13I, as there are many documents that a candidate member would need to prepare. We believe that the design of the application form itself can be improved to prevent future incidents like this. Currently, the requirements for Annex 2.13I, which is the list of officers and their contact details, currently that requirement are requested under the headings of, quote, please provide a description of your organization's current structure, unquote. We would like to suggest that a separate column specific to the requirements of Annex 2.13I, which is a list of officers including their respective contact information, to be included in the application form as a separate column to prevent future incidents like this. Thank you.
Thank you for the statements. And with that, we conclude the speakers list and proceed to the next agenda point. Well, congrats everyone, we're done with PCPs, and now we're moving to agenda item 21, adoption of the VPA grammatical and numbering changes report. So we have motion 46 to adopt the report, the grammatical and numbering changes to the IFMSA Constitution and bylaws written by the IFMSA VPA, proposed by IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, on the behalf of the EB, we do not want to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Serbia. Do we have IFMSA Serbia? Can you already confirm you second this motion?
IFMSA Serbia seconds this motion.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments to this motion? There are no amendments. Do we have a direct negative? There are no direct negatives. Motion passes. Nemo contra. And thus this VP report is adopted. Moving on, agenda item 22, presentation of programs applying for IFMSA recognition. There were no applications for programs submitted to the General Assembly, so there is nothing to review on this agenda item. Then the next one, agenda item 23, adoption and changes to the IFMSA policies. And so we have motion 47 to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on gender equity as per February 19th deadline, proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, we would not like to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Come secretary.
Yes, QMSA Qatar, we would like to be a seconder.
Do we have any amendments? Well, apologies. So when it comes to policies, all amendments need to be submitted to the chairperson the day prior. So the deadline was 23:59 GMT, and there were no amendments yesterday, and there were no amendments for this policy proposal. I only have one for road safety and health policy proposals. So in all other cases, I'm going to ask for amendments and state that there were no amendments submitted. So in this case, there are no amendments. Do we have a direct negative? This motion passes Nemo contra. Okay, moving on to the next one. Motion 47 to adopt the amendment. 48 to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on global health workforce as per February 19th deadline. Proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
That was not me. IFMSA VP, we don't wish to explain.
Sorry, that was background noise from my end. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Poland.
Yes, you would like to second this motion. IFMSA Poland.
Do we have any amendment? Well, we don't have any amendments as they were not submitted to me. Do we have a direct negative? We do not have a direct negative, therefore this motion passes Nemo contra. Okay, motion 49 to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on healthy aging and life course as per February 19th deadline, proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, no.
Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Guatemala.
IFMSA Guatemala wants to second this motion.
Right. We don't have any amendments as they were not submitted to me. Do we have any direct negatives? I don't see any direct negatives, therefore this motion passes Nemo contra. Now, motion 15 to adopt the IFMSA policy proposal on patient involvement in medical education, proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, no, we don't want to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? FMC Honduras.
FMC Honduras would like to second this motion.
Okay. We don't have any amendments as they were not submitted to me. Do we have a direct negative? We don't have any direct negatives, and this motion passes NIMO country. Now, we have motion 51 to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on road safety and health as per February 19 deadline. Now, I have. Wait. Okay, all right. So for this one, we do have amendments. So I propose by IFMSC TO. Would you like to explain? Motion.
No. IFMSC VP, no.
Okay, do we have a seconder for this motion? AMSB Bulgaria.
AMSB Bulgaria would like to second this motion.
Okay. Now this is where it becomes complicated. So I have amendments submitted by LAMSIC Lebanon on behalf of the Policy Small Working Group, Policy Commission, and other motivated members. This was shared on the Animo server and also shared with chairperson, so you have the full list. However, I was discussing with the CCC how we need to proceed, and this will include many amendments that you will have to vote on. As per Paolo's paragraph, not entirely sure what's the exact number again, but basically you have to vote on every single of these amendments. And CCC informed me there are 11 of those. So we are gonna go slide by slide. So just make slides and I'll copy and then we can consult with the CCC. So the first one is okay. Regarding policy statement. Okay, let's see it clearly. Okay, so this will be the first amendment to policy statement, rephrasing regarding road traffic injuries, etc. Is the amendment clear for everyone? If not, please raise your hand. IFMC VPA.
Can we open a speakers list on the amendment?
Well, as a proposer, you will be able to speak, but yeah, we can open. Is it for all the amendments or like individual? Because there are 11.
All together.
Okay, then we can open one speakers list for all the amendments, and then we can proceed to voting regarding this. So IFMC VP, I suppose you would like to go first. Anyone else that would like to speak?
IFMSA VPA Agla, I would like to know that according to the policy reviewing committee, the recommendation is to adopt policy only if these amendments are going through. Thank you.
Okay, was that the statement you wanted to give? Okay, then AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, Lucy speaking. Could somebody explain to me why we are changing leading cause of death to chief killer of youth?
Okay, LAMSIC Lebanon, you were next on the list, and well, you can answer that question as well.
Yes, LAMSIC Lebanon, we'd just like to echo that all the changes here are based on the recommendation of the policy reviewing committee. The policy small working group and commission changed everything because there was few parts plagiarism, so they changed everything, and this is why there are multiple amendments. to get in line with the policy review committee recommendation. And so now it falls under the policy review committee recommendation. Thank you so much.
Okay. This is a proposal from the policy, and they are just forwarding. This was all these amendments were already shared with you, so I will not going to ask policy proposers, etc., to explain every single detail of the amendment, and we are just going to go by and vote for all of them. So I'm closing the speakers list now, so nobody else, and we're going to move on with the first amendment regarding policy statement and the heading of it. Blanca?
Yeah. I will be coding the different amendments with amendment 1, amendment 2, etc., according to the number that you see in the relevant amendment. Okay. So you can know the different amendments that we are voting upon. And this is the amendment 1. And you can vote now. We have 15 of us who have already voted. $52, and we still 53, and we still need a couple more. So we still need Colombia, seems Indonesia, seems Cyprus. GMSA Georgia, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Argentina, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Morocco, IFMSA the Netherlands, CUMSA Kuwait, LAMSA Latvia, MMSA Malta, SFGH UK.
I'll wait for 20 seconds and close the vote.
Yeah. We have now 64, and I'm giving 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm closing the vote. So the results are the following. We have 50 votes in favor, 12 against, sorry, and 4 abstentions.
Can you repeat for everyone?
Yeah. 15 in favor, 12 against, 4 abstentions.
Okay. This amendment is therefore incorporated. Now the second one, CCC, let me know if this is correct, or we can add another point. No, I'm just going to make the slides. Okay, we have to do it like this, or they can add a second paragraph, which would be this one. Or would that be a separate amendment? So Zizi, can this be in one, or it needs to be two different amendments? First and second paragraph.
This is Ilgi from CCC. We interpreted that this should be two amendments, like one for each paragraph.
Yeah. So first we're going to go with the vote for amendment number 2 from motion 51. And we're voting on the first paragraph. Now, Blanca, can you open the vote?
We have 20 NMOs who have already voted. "35 NMOs who have already voted. We still need Mexico, Philippines, CFMS Canada, SIMSA Indonesia, Helmsick Greece, IFMSA Bolivia, IFMSA Chile, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Morocco, IMSA Iran, CUMSA Kuwait, MSA India, NAMS Yemen, SFGH UK. We have 62 who have already voted. "64. And if you want, we can have a countdown. So
Close in about 10-15 seconds. We can proceed. I think everyone, like people are leaving as we're taking so long.
okay, 65 NMOs. So we have some seconds left, and I will be closing the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Closing the vote. And the results are the following. We have 53 votes in favor, 3 against, and 10 abstentions.
This passes to the majority, and we are moving to the next amendment, the amendment number 3. So for this paragraph, I hope it is clear. If you're not clear on what you're voting, raise your hand. No. Okay, so Blanca, you can proceed with the vote.
Yeah, this is vote number 3, right?
Yep, amendment number 3.
Yeah, sorry, amendment number 3. Give me 1 second. Here. Okay. And now you can vote. "35 NMOs have already voted. For the 50 NMOs have already voted. "55, we still need an M Portugal, ASRM Moldova, BMSS Bangladesh, SIMSA Cyprus, FASMA Romania, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Jordan, IFMSA Morocco, IFMSA Pakistan, CUMSA Kuwait, MMSA Macedonia, and MMSA Malta, NMSA Nepal, "64 NMOs have already voted. "65, and perhaps we can give 10 more seconds, and I'll be counting. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm closing the vote. And the results are the following. We have 59 votes in favor, 2 against, and 5 abstentions.
Therefore, this passes by 2/3 majority. The amendment is incorporated. Now, for the fourth one. So I will make the slides after this, just comparing with the CCC. So this is the fourth amendment. I don't know what is happening with the slides, but yeah. So is it clear what is the next amendment? Not, raise your hand. Okay. Proceed to vote, Blanca.
Sorry, I was muted. You have it open now. For amendment number 4. 35 NMOs have already voted. Forty-seven NMOs have already voted. 53, and we will give 15 seconds perhaps. $57. 58. 60. I'm giving 5 more seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm closing the vote. And we have the following results, which are 56 votes in favor, 1 against, and 6 abstentions.
Sorry, was muted. So the amendment is incorporated, and this is the 5th amendment. Is it clear for everyone? If not, raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, you can proceed to a vote.
Yes. And you have the vote open. Okay, we have 40 NMOs that have already voted, 47. $50. 56. 56. And we still need Venezuela, Peru, Jordan, Morocco, Pakistan, Kuwait, Malta, Palestine. I'm giving 10 more seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm closing the vote, and we have the following results. So we have 56 votes in favor, 1 against, and 8 abstentions.
Therefore, this amendment is also incorporated. Amendment number 6. Hope it is clear what is the amendment. If it is not clear, raise your hand. Okay, everything is clear. You can vote.
Yeah. And the vote is open. "41 NMOs have already voted. "55 NMOs have already voted. And we still need Togo, AMSA Austria, AMSA Philippines, Ghana, Peru, Morocco, Pakistan, and Jordan, Kuwait, MMSA Malta, Palestine, Malawi, and I'll be giving 10 more seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm closing the vote. And we have the following results. We have 62 votes in favor, 2 against, and 4 abstentions.
Therefore, this amendment is also incorporated. We have amendment number 7. I'm discussing whether or not we have 3 more amendments or we have many more amendments. So in the meantime, we're voting on amendment number 7, as shown on the slide. Anything unclear? No? Okay, you can proceed with the vote.
Yeah, and the vote is open. We have 35 NMOs who have already voted, 44. And we still need AMSI Ireland, ASEMCOL Colombia, FASMA Romania, IFMSA Peru, Korea, FMC Spain, Lesuk Algeria, NAMS Yemen, SFGH UK, I'm giving 10 more seconds because we already have 63 NMOs who have already voted. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And I'm closing the votes, and the results are the following. We have 62 votes in favor, 1 against, and 3 abstentions.
Okay, this amendment also passes by a 2/3 majority and is incorporated. Now, amendment number 8. As shown on the slide, if it's not clear, let us know. No, it's number 4 on the discussion, but so we're going to proceed with the vote.
Yep. And the vote is open. think I'll give a gift for the 51st animals who vote or something like this, so we can speed up this process. But yeah, you're doing fine. We have now 50 animals who have already voted. 52. We still need Mexico, Colombia, Croatia, and Cyprus, FBSFM, Venezuela, FMSA Peru, MSA DRC, Phenomenon Uzbekistan, is SFGH UK, Malaysia, I'm giving 10 more seconds. We have already 68 animals who have already voted, so 69, so 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm closing the vote. And we have the following results. We have 62 votes in favor, 1 against, and 6 abstentions.
Therefore, this amendment is also incorporated. And CCC, can this be like what I was asking you? Can this be one amendment, or we need to separate it per each paragraph?
Iski from CCC, can you show us again which one you're talking about?
I'm going to share screen. Okay, so we only have this final section left. So it is under discussion, and then it speaks about a specific section there, and it highlights that it's done in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs, but it is all under the same section. So can it be an amendment to that section and just be one amendment?
Then it can be under one amendment.
Thank you, CCC. I'm going to stop sharing. So it is all one amendment, and I believe I showed it, but I'm just going to copy it here quickly.
This will be amendment number 9, right?
Yep, and that is the final amendment that we have.
Yay.
Okay.
Medicine Sudan, we don't know who's voting what, so we cannot tell you whether or what you're voting.
Okay, so it's a bit more difficult to share this amendment, but it was shared previously with you over email. Hopefully everything is clear. If not, raise your hand. Okay, we can proceed to vote.
Yes, and the vote is open. We have 47 animals who have already voted. 50. We still need Mexico, Cyprus, Peru, China, Czech Republic, Spain, LAMSA Latvia, MMSA Malta, MSA India, NMSA Norway, SWIMSA Switzerland, NMSA Nepal, Morocco and Jordan, And we have now 63 NMOs who have already voted. So I will be giving 10 more seconds and I'll be closing the vote. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm closing the vote. And we have the following results, which are 61 votes in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions.
Therefore, this amendment is also incorporated. And we are not moving on to another motion. We're still in the same motion. We're just done with all the amendments. There are no more amendments. So now, do we have a direct narrative for this motion with all the amendments that you voted on previously? Cesar Italy? Would you like to explain your direct narrative?
No, thanks. This is Italy.
Okay, in that case, we proceed to a vote regarding the policy overall. So, but until now, you were voting about amendments, and now you're voting on the policy itself. I hope that is clear. Blanca, whenever you're ready. Oh, sorry. Is there an alternative motion?
Yeah.
Apologies. Nope. So, okay.
Yeah, I'm ready. As I was saying, and I'll be opening the vote. Right now, you won't be finding any number because, as Nevosha said, we are voting upon the policy itself. So the vote is open now. Okay, moving fast. We have 50 NMOs who have already voted. 55. We still need AMSA Philippines, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Argentina, IFMSA Spain, SFJH UK, NMSS Nepal, and I'll be giving 10 more seconds because we already have 66 animals who have already voted. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. I'm closing the vote, and we have the following results, which are 60 votes in favor, 6 against, and 3 abstentions.
Therefore, this policy is adopted per 2/3 majority. And we are moving on. Now, to adopt the IFMSA policy proposal on social accountability of technical schools proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, no, we would like to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Let's come on. I did not receive any amendments, and therefore there are none. Do we have a direct negative for this motion? Okay, then this motion passes Nemo contra. Moving to the next one, to adopt the amended IFMSA policy. To adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on student mobility as per February 19 deadline, proposed by IFMSA TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, no.
There's a request for a speakers list by IFMSA Denmark. I'm gonna allow that. So before we proceed, we're gonna have a speakers list. MCC Denmark, you're going to be the first one. FASMER Romania, second one, and anyone else that wants to be on the speakers list? No. Okay, so MCC Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's a statement regarding this policy. Dear IFMSA family, the student mobility policy calls upon NMOs to rank outgoing as well as incoming students according to their motivation, medical and personal competencies. We in IMCC Denmark believe that ranking according to medical and personal competencies may promote inequity between the students. The student's possibility of achieving acknowledged medical and personal competencies may be affected by an array of factors outside of their studies, including socioeconomic factors. These students might be highly motivated and talented, while e.g. having to work a part-time job on the side to pay for tuition, or by ranking them lower than their peers, a pre-existing gap of inequity is further extended. The policy states that IFMSA understands that all medical students should have equitable access to student mobility, stressing the need to take down barriers that hinder students from achieving such an opportunity. However, we in IMCC Denmark do not see how ranking students based on competencies, perhaps achieved more easily by those in superior socioeconomic position, is in line with the notion presented in this policy. We will therefore encourage all NMOs to take this point into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, that was MCC Denmark, thank you. Now, Romania, you have the floor. And before you go, PMSA Palestine, I suppose you also wanted to be included in the speakers list. So I'm including you. Was that it? Palestine?
Yes, I raised my hand from the speaker list.
Okay, so you're going to be the third one. Romania, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nebocian. Dear IFMSA family, we are expressing this statement as a response to IMCC Denmark's previous statement on student mobility policy, which is to be voted during this plenary. First of all, we are going to start with a small exchanges background mentioning the academic quality, the backbone of the development of an exchange program, regardless of the NMO. In academic quality development, there are 9 steps in order to achieve a high educational exchange with proper scientific outcomes. One of these crucial steps is outgoing selection. In this situation, people working in exchanges are not selecting the outgoings based on their financial situation or let's say friendships. And with this, we don't want to accuse any NMOs here. We are aware that this is not happening in any of them, but on quality, giving the opportunity for everyone to apply. With the fact given that an exchange is not a cheap way to travel the world, we are not a travel agency, but it's an educational activity, the officers are highly encouraged to promote the selection of well-trained individuals who will eventually represent actually their countries during the exchanges. In FASMR Romania, the selection of the outgoings is not strictly based on their academic performance. With this, we mean the grades they receive in the faculty, but it is a cumulus of achievements that the student can receive, summing the academic performance, the scientific events, participating, writing abstracts, articles, publications, so on and so forth, to participating to trainings, but also out of university acts such as medical and non-medical volunteering. This is giving us the opportunity to select the most qualified student, but also to encourage others to maximize their performance. Secondly, we would like to mention the policy document focusing on the call of action on the call of action part, which states as follows, encouraging actually the government to support medical students' mobility by providing all types of logistical aid to medical facilities and institutions which host exchange programs, provide any type of financial assistance for students' mobility programs. Also, IFMSA calls from international health organizations and medical associations to provide funding and investment opportunities to youth-led organizations working on student mobility and provide scholarships to support students whose engagement in these programs and opportunities is restricted by financial barriers, as was mentioned in the previous statement. IFMSA calls on medical students to offer financial support in the form of grants to increase the accessibilities of the mobilities. With this in mind, we would like to that the NMOs to realize the importance of this document, as it calls for real actions meant to support the students and aid them in order to get a chance for experience a high quality exchange program. We believe that focusing internally on the 9 steps of academic quality while supporting this policy document will help shape and develop the future of exchanges. And I need to mention that this is written together with our exchange team. They are best qualified in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Armenia. And we have Palestine as the last on the speakers list.
Okay, thank you. Dear NMOs, we thank you for the efforts that you are exerting into shaping the voices of our federation. We believe that this policy aims to give not only the FMCA, but the NMOs to have a voice to speak up on the FMCA exchanges for money investments and usage, including but not limited to seeking endorsement, achieving recognition with universities on the national level, collaborating with other stakeholders on visa issues, grants, and spreading the word of the role of the FMCA exchanges in the global health. Having that said, I would like to clarify on this point that is mentioned, the rank, motivation, medical and personal competences when selecting outgoing student and distributing incoming students, which is mentioned the call. This call aims, as we see, to reflect an exchange program with high academic quality, as they always advocate in different exchange capacity building events to apply the 9 steps of academic quality. And one of them is that outgoing selection, ensuring its importance on the exchange academic quality, to ensure its role in providing clinical, cultural, and global health experiences to prepare the future healthcare professionals of the globe. In addition, we believe that exchange seats are valuable assets for FMCA members, and we believe the selection process should go in the best way possible procedure to make sure that FMCA is contributing to produce a high quality health force. We do echo the voice that in FMCA we should not consider financial background or any kind of backgrounds in any kind of selection. I believe that they are not intending or mentioning any financial backgrounds in regards, but on contrary, they are already calling for the stakeholders from governments, universities, medical education organization to provide any kind of financial, logistical, and academic support to each exchange students to make sure that the students who are equipped to achieve IFMCA vision and mission are able to take this opportunity regardless of their background. Finally, we do okay the statement said by Romania, FASMR Romania, and the FMCA statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. So now we're going to proceed with the next point on the agenda. The speakers list is done. Just manage my slides. So, okay. So motion 53 to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on student mobility as per February 19 deadline, proposed by IFMSA officials. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, we would not like to explain.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for this motion? AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria would like to second this motion.
Thank you. There were no amendments submitted to me before the deadline. We don't have any. Is there a direct negative for this motion? MCC Denmark.
We would like to see the votes.
Okay, Blanca.
Yep, the vote is open now.
There are only 3 or 4 more motions to go after this one.
We have 61 animals who have already voted, and we still need a couple of them, such as Colombia, Cyprus, IFMSA Peru, IFMSA Egypt, IFMSA Jordan, IFMSA Pakistan, LAMSA Latvia, since we already have 67 animals who have voted, I'll be giving 10 more seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'm closing the vote. And the results are the following. We have 58 votes in favor, 6 against, and 3 abstentions.
Okay. And this passes by 2/3 majority, and the policy is now adopted. Moving on to the next one, to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on universal health coverage as per February 19 deadline proposed by IFMSA. Theo, would you like to explain?
IFMSA VPE, we don't wish to explain.
Okay, do we have a second? CCC, you raise your hand, point of information.
Point of information from the CCC, this is Haider. Just to make clear that the last version of this policy was submitted on the 27th, not February 19 deadline. So in case we're adopting this motion, we are adopting the version before the last amendment. So in case the EB wants to adopt the amended version, this motion should be amended to the 27th, not 19 deadline. Thank you.
Can we have a moment?
But CCC 19th deadline is the deadline for submitting the amendments without having them voted. So the 27th deadline amendment would need to be voted by the GA.
No.
Oh.
We can double check for like just 3 seconds.
Okay, MSCTO consult, CCC consult. Okay. Yeah. So in the meantime, tomorrow we have presentations. As they were mostly being sent to my plenary secretary, we still need to share between each other and double check that we have all of them. In case you did not submit your presentation or the candidates did not do that, please ensure you do that before tonight, as well. Tomorrow you're going to be basically presenting in front of everyone without a video, because we do need it. And well, otherwise you're just going to be, well, there's nothing going to be presented, and you actually have to orally present. So please ensure that you send your presentations tonight. CCC, is this a hand raised? And there's IFMSA webinar hand raised. Good news, tomorrow we only have presentations, we don't have anything else. And sorry, and we have a debate on Sunday for the EB, and then also use the opportunity to announce that the LOSA debate is going to happen on the 11th, I believe it was. I need to check my sheet, sorry. Basically need to send that information to you all, but since we're having downtime, might as well talk about something. So I need to check the document. So yeah, it is indeed 11th. it would be at 15 GMT. EMR region agreed to move their discussion an hour later. And this is the time that all those candidates would be available for. And as it's during the week, we were trying to ensure that they were always available, that all of them were available at the same time. That was number one priority. Okay, CCC, are you ready? I see, hi there, Maria.
Yeah, we are. So basically, to make it clear to NMOs, there is a February 19 deadline where you can submit amended version. And then there's a paragraph in the bylaws that allows corrected versions of the policies to be submitted 2 hours before the second plenary. So you are correcting the original submission. And then there's other paragraph that allows you to propose amendments by sending it to the chair a day before the plenary that the policy is being adopted, which happened in the previous one. For that, the amendments should pass by voting on each separate amendment by 2/3 majority. But in this case, since this was submitted on the 27th of February, which is 2 hours before the second plenary, we consider this as a corrected version of the originally submitted submission. So it's not an amendment, it just needs to be clarified in the motion that we are adopting the corrected version that was submitted according to bylaws paragraph 9.5 before 2 hours of the second plenary, and then this motion is valid. And it's fine. I mean, technically it's also valid now, but we are adopting the previous version. Does that make sense?
Okay, so there are no amendments to like the policy, the content itself. It was simply what was deemed invalid by the CCC previously. Is that true?
Can you repeat?
So it is not technically amendments because this was done because you informed them that their policy was invalid.
Exactly, and they corrected it.
Okay.
So it's a new submission, so they should adopt the new submission.
Okay. So this would be an amendment to the motion itself. Okay. Is that clear for everyone? This is not an amendment to specifically the content of the policy. It is just an amendment to the motion itself, and this will be allowed if requested. So this is proposed by the TO. TO, first, is this clear what CCC said?
FMCP, yes, it's crystal clear.
Okay, perfect. So proposed by FMC TO, they don't want to explain. Do we have a second? FMC Kurdistan.
FMC Kurdistan would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Are there amendments to the motion itself? Are there no amendments to the policy content? FMC TO?
IFMSA VPA, we would like to amend the motion and not the policy to read to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal on UHC coverage as sent on the NMO server on February 27th.
Okay. And does the proposer accept the amendment?
IFMSA VPA on the behalf on the TO, we accept.
Okay. Does the seconder accept the amendment?
IFMC Kurdistan accepts the amendment. Thank you.
Perfect. Are there any further amendments to the motion? No. Do we have any direct negatives? Point of order by the CCC.
Okay, so point of order, according to bylaw paragraph 3.56, only delegates of national member organizations with voting rights may second a motion direct negative. And since IFMSA Kurdistan is an associate, they cannot second this motion.
Okay, thank you, CCC.
Thank you, Chair.
So back to the seconder. Can you raise your hands again? Please, you don't have voting rights, and it's been 6 hours. I cannot see the small letter N. Okay, we're gonna go with AMSA Philippines. Keep an uploading all night as well. So we're back in the whole process of, is there an amendment? So AMSA Philippines is seconder. They have voting rights. Do we have an amendment? I'm gonna assume VPA.
IFMSA VPA on the behalf of the TO would like to propose the same amendment to change February 19 to February 27th, but only in the motion and not on the policy proposal itself.
Okay. Thank you. And do you accept? Sorry?
Could you please repeat the seconder for the slides?
AMSA Philippines. So do you accept the amendment, VP?
So Philippines, we accept the amendment.
And VP, we accept as well.
Okay, I will take that as the proposer accepting first and then the seconder accepting second. Do we have any further amendments? AMSA Austria.
As Austria Lucy speaking, if I understand correctly, it also needs to read the corrected IFMSA policy proposal because it's not amended, it's corrected. So I would propose that if the CCC agrees.
CCC, is this necessary?
Can you please repeat? Sorry.
I'm Austria. Yes, you said that this was then a corrected version of the IFMSA policy proposal, and that as such, it would have to, I understood that it would also have to be to adopt the corrected IFMSA policy proposal.
Okay, Haider CCC. Yeah, AMSA Austria. I think it's better to do that. So it's more clear for everyone that we are adopting the corrected version.
Okay. So can you repeat your amendment for the slides?
For this, yes, AMSA Austria, the amendment would be to adopt the corrected IFMSA policy proposal and not the amended policy.
Okay. Does the proposer accept?
IFMCDP, I have a point of information. This is just to let you know that for animals, this policy was, NCC, it was amended by February 19 and corrected by February 27th. So amended should stay there at some point, but maybe if you want to do another and had corrected, it's fine, but we need to still have the word amendment.
Can I add a proposal to call it to adopt the amended IFMSA policy proposal as per February 19 deadline and corrected on 27th February, according to CCC.
Okay, so
inputs.
CCC, I think the best version of the amendment is what just Nibosha mentioned. So if you can phrase it for them, they can amend it, then we can go over with this. Thank you, Chair, for being effective.
So in this case, I'm going to propose this and I'm so sorry you have to confirm. And corrected on 27th February as per CCC input. Is this fine, CCC?
Yes.
Okay, AMSA Austria.
AMSA Austria, yes, this is the amendment that we would like to propose.
Okay, perfect. Now, does the proposer accept this amendment?
IFMSA VPA, on behalf of the team, we will accept.
Does the seconder accept the amendment?
AMSA Philippines, accept the amendment.
Okay, perfect. Therefore, the amendment to the motion is incorporated. There are no amendments to the policy itself. Are there any other amendments to the motion? No. Are there any direct negative? Wait, then in Brazil, do you hear an amendment? We're having.
It was a direct negative.
Okay, perfect. So we're moving to direct negatives then. So then in Brazil, here a direct negative. Would you like to explain?
Then in Brazil, I'm speaking here. We believe it's important that everyone will express actively their opinion on each future policy on that. That's why we're proposing this direct negative.
You were having some connection issues. At least I could not hear much. Can you type it in chat?
Meanwhile, can we phrase the amendment as a final version just for us to vote on the final motion? Because right now, like, it's kind of a puzzle. And thank you. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
So Dan in Brazil just texted me privately saying that they are proposing this direct negative.
Okay, and therefore we're going to proceed to a vote.
Yeah, and the vote is open. Okay. So we already have 45 NMOs who have already voted, and we still need AMSA Austria, VVMD Germany, SAMSA Indonesia, IFMSA Peru, GMSA Georgia, IFMSA China, IFMSA Czech Republic, IFMSA Serbia, IFMSA Spain, IFMSA Pakistan, MMSA Malta, MMSA Macedonia, NMSA Norway, YIMSA Ukraine. And since we already have 64 NMOs who have already voted, I will be giving 10 more seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. So I'm closing the vote. And we have 62 votes in favor, 3 votes against, and 3 votes abstention. 3 abstentions.
Okay, therefore it passes by 2/3 majority. And we have only 2 more votes, motions, to adopt the IFMSA policy proposal on peace and health proposed by IFMSA. Theo, would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, we don't want to explain.
Okay, and do we have a seconder for this motion? IFMSA Thailand.
IFMSA Thailand, we would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments to the motion itself? No. Okay. Do we have a direct negative? Okay. And therefore this motion passes nemo contra. And we have our final motion, regular motion for today, to postpone the expiration of the IFMSA policy on antimicrobial resistance to 17 IFMSA General Assembly, August meeting 2021. So just to clarify for everyone, policies expire after 3 years, and this is in the policy report by the EB, I think, as well. And there is a possibility for a General Assembly to decide to extend the policy. And this is what is happening right now. So you're not voting on a new policy, you're just having the extension of the current policy that is active until the end of March meeting 2021, and have it active until August meeting 2021. This is proposed by the TO. Would you like to explain?
IFMSA VP, for this time, I would like to explain. So although the draft policy proposal for AMR policy was created, after undergoing policy commission review, it was sadly noted that there was a very high prevalence of plagiarism in the new proposal. Therefore, while we do appreciate the work of a small working group and believe that it can maybe be fixed for the future, we took the decision to withdraw the proposal, and therefore, in order to have IFMSA stance on antimicrobial resistance and to be able to work on it until the upcoming August meeting, we would like to have this prolonged, and a new document would be created by a team of officials to be proposed for the August meeting 21. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA VP. Do we have a seconder for this motion? IFMSA Morocco.
IFMSA Morocco here, we do second this motion.
Okay. Do we have any amendments for the motion text? Well, this is not a policy adoption, so it's any amendments. I don't see any amendments. Do we have a direct negative? It's not direct negative, therefore this motion passes Nemo contra. Now, I don't have any procedural motions anymore. Are you writing any procedural motions or anything like that that we need to know? If yes, raise your hand and we'll be waiting for that. Okay. I cannot see anything. So we have a final speakers list, and then we are done with this plenary. Thank you all. This is basically the longest part that you have procedurally, unless there is a lot of interesting things happening in the last plenary. But from now on, we have pretty much presentations and elections for the next coming plenaries. And well, PCPs and policies are typically split in two, but today you went through all of them. So congrats for that. Okay, speakers list. We have plenary secretary first. Then there is IFMSA president, on behalf of the EB or the TO. Is there anyone else for the speakers list? No. Okay, Omar, you can go first.
Thank you, Nebusha. I just wanted to raise the attention to everybody who has delivered a statement today. Thank you to everyone who has already sent their statement. However, I do have some statements that have not been sent yet, and these are AMSA Austria that was given at, well, that's 12 minutes at GMT, then in Brazil, and PMSA Palestine on the student mobility policy. If you have already sent it, please let me know so I can check my email again. If not, please send it to the two emails that I will be sending on the chat right now. Thank you.
Okay, and IFMSA president.
Thank you, Nebusha. Dear plenary team and NMOs, we as the IFMSA EP would like to express our sincere apology to the General Assembly for having tabled a point of information amidst the voting procedure earlier. We understand that this may have caused confusion and disturbance to the flow of the plenary, and thus we'd like to also thank the plenary chairperson, Nebusha, for his management of such situations. The EB will ensure that all the future interventions on our part are to be conducted in a more orderly fashion manner. Thank you.
Thank you, EP. We indeed managed everything. So since there's no more speakers, I conclude that the plenary is now over. There will be no procedural motion submitted anymore. And as a final announcement, tomorrow I need to conduct like a lottery specifically for the candidates, for example, for LOZO and for other EB candidatures where we have multiple. It's going to be conducted at 11:30 GMT, the same link as for the plenary. If anyone wants to attend, it is non-obligatory, but it is basically happening 30 minutes before the start of the plenary. Thank you all. Have a nice night, day, and so on. And see you tomorrow. That's it from my end.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
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 Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow, guys.